How we doing today, Houston? Awesome. My name's Nunzio Gianni. I'm actually coming from Miami for my birthday. So, I don't know, we got any folks from Miami or Miami? I know the strippers are amazing. I love them too. I'm fairly young. I moved to Miami when I was 16. Dating was actually really hard. 16 into 18, early 20s. But Miami's not a place for somebody else like me. But I guess I got a taste. And some strippers and hoes, so I think I could do all right. I'm Puerto Rican and Italian. My ethnicity is kind of hard to pick when I come to Texas. I'm either Mexican or colored, so. Guys, I'm really nervous, guys. This is my first time. Fuck.
Hey, I'm gonna cut you off there. Nunzio Gianni. This is the first time Tony's had its own halftime show, everybody. How exciting. It's having a literate Puerto Rican up here responsible for entertaining us. Absolutely amazing, Nunzio.
Or funny.
Yeah, bad funny. Okay, Nunzio. Did you prepare for this at all?
You know, I did. About a year ago, I wrote a minute. We were supposed to come for my birthday, but I didn't review, so.
Puerto Ricans are lazy.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's all right.
That set was garbage.
It was. It was certainly garbage.
Okay. Nunzio, let's at least try to salvage this in the interview portion. How old are you?
I'll be 22 next week.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I'm a mortgage broker.
A mortgage broker. Jesus. Is that what you wanted to do?
No, but I do want to do it now. I kind of find myself into it, and I do really like it. I genuinely do have the opportunity to help people. So,
You're into it?
Yeah.
It's amazing. We're doing the Intuit Dome in Los Angeles. It's a 16,000 seat venue in LA. In May is the Netflix Joke Fest. You said Intuit. It made me think of the wild success that I got by not being a mortgage broker and chasing my dreams. Amazing. So you seem like a decent looking guy, right? What's your love life like?
A little difficult. You know, I'm really busy with work a lot of the time. But, oh, guys, come on. You guys think I'm not laying some puss? Give me a break.
There's something I'm laying puss over here,
I'll tell you. Look, I'll tell you honestly, Miami's a tough place to genuinely find somebody that you like.
What are you talking about? It's literally like it's always hot. Like it's like everyone's like humid and they're pulling out their pussy all the time.
These women, oh no, I love it. It's great for me to have a good time, but in terms of
You're trying to settle down.
I would appreciate a girl to like kick it with. You know what I mean?
You can't find one.
Miami's tough.
Okay, you just keep saying Miami's tough.
Well, especially for me, guys. I moved to Miami when I was 16, so.
Where did you move to Miami from? I'm trying to save you here. If you just focus on me, pretend like it's just me and you in the room. But don't be gay about it. All right. Okay. So where are you trying to find good women at in Miami? Where are you going to try to find them? Or what are you doing? Are you on the apps?
No, I don't like the apps. No. Usually at strip clubs.
Just focus over here. Focus over here. Oh, you're trying to find a good girl at a strip club?
Well, you know, sometimes you can find a good one.
Have you ever found a good one at a strip club?
Yeah. My mom actually works in a lot of the major clubs.
Your mom works at major strip clubs?
Yeah.
What does your mom do at the strip clubs?
Well, she does not strip. I want to make that clear. She VI post and the host.
The crowd is hoping for that to be your one redeeming thing.
Everybody wanted her to be like a 35-year-old stripper that shoots ping pong balls out of her ass.
She's fucking.
Fuck yeah. I just made the what the fuck guy come in his pants. All right, there's got to be a saving grace here, Nunzio Gianni. I'm trying to save you here. Give us one fun fact about you or your entire life to win over the entire crowd here in Houston, Texas. There has to be something that you've done, some accomplishment, something. He's looking to his family like this is the Price is Right. He's looking for advice in section 101 here.
I grew up in a funeral home.
Oh, you grew up in a funeral home. Okay, how did you grow up in a funeral home? Tell us about that.
It was my great-grandfather's funeral home, and then it became my mother's. She handled it for the most part.
Your mom was working at a funeral home and strip club.
Funeral home, yeah.
Did you have a dad in your life?
I did. It was kind of difficult, but yeah, I did have a dad.
What do you mean it was difficult?
I was split between two households, so yeah.
Check in with Hall of Famer Adam Ray here. I want to see what's going on in your head.
Yeah, this is not great. What's happening? You're staying in the pocket. I gotta give you some credit. You're not like crying or turning and running out through the curtains. So it's tough to be up there. What the people who we don't realize is that it's tough to walk out here and even fun inside. So but this has been pretty bad. But you missed 100% of the shots you don't take. Can we ask Carrie Homophobe what he thinks up there at the third balcony?
Hey, the what the fuck guy? What do you think about Nunzio Gianni? Only that guy, and everyone else be quiet. Everyone else be quiet. And here we go. Okay, a bunch of people tried. We knew that was going to happen. Turns out a lot of guys have an opinion about you. Let's check out the Kim Condon here.
Well, I just really noticed something, and maybe I can give a little piece of advice. You're half Italian, half Puerto Rican. You're like, the energy you're giving is like cokehead frat bro. Like, I think you need to lean into more who you are. Like, what's the most Italian and Puerto Rican thing about you?
What is the most Italian? Let's start with Puerto Rican here. What's the most Puerto Rican thing about you?
You
don't recycle.
You weren't on a show for a year.
I like to dance.
Okay, you know what, Michael and the horns, give us a little Puerto Rican something here. Come on, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. Hey, that's what they're good at, everybody. There you go. That's good. All right, stop. That's enough. It's unbearable.
Oh shit, there's ice.
Okay, I'm getting you out of here. Nunzio Gianni, here's a little joke book. Oh, right off the chest.
Thank you, sis.
I mean, if you're gonna boo, you might as well boo. There you go. Get it out of your systems. The good news is this is working out. The flow of this show is working out perfectly because coming off of, oh my God, Valerie Kahn. Like I said, every time someone struggles, there's always something there to clean up the mess. And this is working out great. After every golden ticket winner or regular or whatever we've had so far, someone does good and then someone does bad, and then I always have something to clean up the mess. This is another one of those situations. Ladies and gentlemen, this next comedian won a golden ticket live in an arena on Netflix on New Year's Eve. She is with us here tonight, an absolute sensation. Makes a noise for one of the newest stars of Kiltony. This is the Houston debut of Young, everyone. You know her. The little Chinese dip.
What's up, Houston? We just finished the Black History Month. Fuck Black History Month. Fuck Asian Heritage Month too. Why do they make our calendar racial? Seems like everywhere I go, they want to ask for my race. You apply for a school, what's your race? You apply for jobs, what's your race? See, where I grew up, they don't ask that question. Because we're better at keeping our bloodline pure. So many different races to pick from under that question too. Hispanic, not Hispanic, black, white, Pacific Islander. In Asian countries, we'll just put people into two categories. Asian or intruders. Negative.
Well, another exact minute from Young. Very funny, great stuff. It is true. You guys keep your bloodline pure.
Very.
Remind us, how long have you been in America?
Since 2012.
Was there anything that surprised you about all the white people that you saw?
I think white people are very good at being functional drug addicts. I snorted cocaine for 10 years and have helping people with the health care.
That was pretty good.
It's like RFK Jr. and you're like PM Chang's Jr.
I think I met you at the Rub and Tug about 6 days ago. I love it, dude.
I love you, Adam. Can I please get on Dr. Phil Live?
Dr. Theo live.
Oh yeah,
Dr. Theo.
Theo.
Your introduction to all different types of cultures was here in America. China, there really is basically just Chinese people. After meeting, what do you think is the blackest thing about you?
I've done a lot of black things. I was trying to save up for a Dodge Challenger.
That is tonight's Doritos joke of the night.
I was actually I aborted a half black baby.
You did?
Yeah. Rest in peace, the Queen Chef.
Oh God, damn it!
If I kept her, she'll look like King Kong.
That is true. That is amazing. Oh, goodness.
No, I'm just kidding. I never had an abortion. My mom did though. My mom had 3 abortions before me.
Wow, let's go to a clip. I don't have it.
Why did your mom have 3 abortions?
She just hated my dad.
Were they boys?
Not anymore. Now they need girls and not have to.
Now, one thing that we've learned about you, you got a lot of appearances is that you're very sneaky webster. Has anyone ever roasted you?
I mean, I get attacked online all the time. People say shit. But I don't take it personally. One time, in this country, like, it's hard to survive. And one day my mom called me. She's like, it's hard. Why are you here? Like, you're struggling. And she said, nobody's gonna help you. You'll never find anyone that will truly love you. That kind of hurt me.
Oh, look, we got Red Band here.
Redman has been stalking me online. Like, he follows all my social media. Like, I see him popping on my TikTok suggested account.
Yeah, well, your name is his type of girl.
Went from red line to the red line.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. I think Redman's, like, his face is getting dark. I was concerned that his wife is being slowly poisoning him because
A lot of late night home cooked burrata cheese.
Gets me a lot of those.
no, she's gonna play the sound effect at his funeral. Ching!
Only you can say that.
I got in trouble for saying that once.
Yeah.
Oh, I can say it. Let me say it.
Hell yeah.
It was like,
Young, you are hilarious. Adam, is this your first time seeing you?
First time I shoot the mothership a few times, but very funny to see you live. Great job.
This is your first time in Houston. I happen to know for a fact you had your first time ever at a Buc-ee's.
oh, yeah.
What did you think about Buc-ee's?
Well, everything is bigger and better in Texas. I love Texas.
Brandering.
What? Okay, Puerto Rican together would cause the most traffic in America.
You can do some.
Red light, yellow light. That's what I call you too. Young, you are a gem. You're so different than everybody else. I just see a little superstar every time I see you. How about one more time for Young, everybody? Let's keep it moving along. We have our first one-word name of the night. Now, these always, historically, if you end up looking at the statistics of the last 13 years of Kill Tony, you'll find that the one-word names are always a little something. They're either brilliant, insane, anything can happen. Make some noise for what I believe is the Kill Tony debut of Smithy, everybody. S-M-I-F-F-Y. Smithy. Oh, hell yeah, here we go.
What's up, niggas? That's easy. Y'all ever try to be friends with a gay person? I have, because I'm progressive. But you gotta watch out for them. Because them niggas, they will try to fuck you. Like, I went out with Buddy, and we went shot for shot. We was having a great fucking time. But he waited until I got good and drunk. And he started trying to challenge me to, like, weird games. He was like, yo, I bet you I can beat you in a dick sucking competition. And that shit really blew me because I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna lose to him. Like, wait, listen, I'm not gay. I'm just competitive. Times are changing. We got old nigga YNs now. Like, I don't know if y'all ever thought about this, but whatever happened to old black people? They used to be in the church. They used to give great advice. An old nigga at my job last week came up to me. He was like, where the hoes at? Nigga, your kids are the hoes. What are you talking about? All right, yeah, that's my time.
Smithy. Fuck yeah, Smithy. Welcome.
What's up, Tom?
How you doing, buddy? How long you been doing stand-up?
About a year.
I love it. All here in Houston?
No, I started in Savannah, Georgia.
Okay, so you're born and bred?
No, I'm from Connecticut.
Okay. Wow, very rare Connecticut black. What made you move to Savannah?
I don't know, I was living in Missouri. I was in the military. So, like, after living in Missouri, being around, like white country people, I was like, I want to be surrounded by black country people. So,
What branch in the military did you swing from?
Oh, wait. you bitch.
Got you. I got you. No, seriously, what did you do in the military? Black Ops?
Oh, shit.
Black Hawk down?
This guy's shit. No, I was in the Army. Yeah.
Okay. What did you do in the Army?
The real man. You know what?
What did you do in the Army?
I was a mechanic.
Awesome. Did you serve overseas at all?
Just Korea.
Oh, wow.
Like a little bit in like Kuwait.
What was Korea like? Did you have any fun out there? Go out?
Not at all. Really, honestly, it was like the most depressing thing of my life.
Why?
So I had an ex at the time, and we had broke up. So I was just in Korea, just heartbroken, just eating chicken, getting explosive diarrhea. It was a trying time. Like I got to buy like a bunch of. They have like all the clothes there, so it's like I got to get like a bunch of drip.
Okay. Korean drip.
Yeah.
Now, do you live here in Houston now?
Yes, sir.
What made you move to Houston?
I'm a leader show. I just didn't have any money to move to Austin.
3 hours away.
It takes money, Tony.
You sign up for Kill Tony sometimes?
Actually, this is my second time.
I signed up once in Austin, didn't get up.
Funny enough, it's like I didn't go to Austin. I went to LA to like the forum show. Yeah, but I didn't pick LA. I don't know. I just right. I was like, I don't know. I'm like, sometimes I like trying my luck. I'm like, Probably work out.
Amazing. You live here in Houston now. What do you do for work?
I'm a truck driver.
Truck driver.
Yeah. I'm bringing sexy back.
I love it. When people drive by you and go like this, do you honk the horn? Okay, Red Man, we know you have a soundboard thing.
Only little kids.
Right.
Grown ass man is. Get the fuck.
Really? Because I do it. I do it all the time. Me too.
Like this?
Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. I swear to God, you do that one more time, I'm going to give you the toofiest blowjob you've ever gotten. Tell him tooth or false.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Okay, but you relax. You relax. All right. Okay, so why haven't you made the drive to Austin? If you moved to Houston, tell me, why haven't you made the drive to Austin to sign up?
Because it's like, I be working, man. It's like, it's hard. It's like, I be tired. And I got insomnia. I'm like always tired. I'm wearing people think I'm wearing these vests because I'm lit. I'm just tired.
That's the same reason why D Madness wears his. Not a lot of people know that. Not lying, he's just tired sometimes.
How do you stay awake if you're driving the truck for so long?
Caffeine.
Yeah.
I'm wired.
What do you exactly? Do you have a special regimen that you go through? What?
I just usually, to be honest, it's probably not healthy. It's like, just like homogenics and Celsius.
Really, dude?
Celsius, those are your cousins.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I actually been trying to, like, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Kim Kondo or it's Kim Kondo? How do I say
It doesn't matter.
it? Sorry.
Smithy, do you have a girlfriend now?
No.
What's your dating life like?
To be honest, so it's like I don't get a lot of girls because of that. Like when I walk, like
Let me see. You put the mic in the mic stand and then walk past Michael's drums. Walk that way. Sweet ass. Alright, walk back towards me. Now I can. Yeah. Fun fact, he did shit his pants halfway on that walk. Pigeon ass as well. Anyway, you think that's what's stopping you from having a girlfriend?
probably.
No, it's not. Amazing. When's the last date you went on or something? How long have you lived in Houston?
Probably like 2 years. It costs like $50 to just go outside. So like, I still play video games.
Don't you make money driving trucks?
Yeah, but it's like I gotta save it
For what?
for my dog.
You have a dog?
Yeah.
For your dog's drinking habit? Like, what are you buying for your dog that he needs so much money?
He's spoiled, man.
Yeah.
What do you know? And I'm a black guy, so it's like I don't dress like a black guy, but
Oh, I remember you saving
Diamond encrusted chain.
up for a Dodge Challenger. What do you spend your money on? Give us some fun things. A belt?
yeah.
You stole that, but what do you spend your money on? What kind of dog do you have?
He's a hound / boxer mix. Yeah, tell me what fuck.
Why not a pit bull?
Well,
That is a racist question, Red Man. And when you say things like that, it makes people of color not want to sign up for the show. Why not a pit bull?
they have like pet laws, like so they have an aggressive breeds policy. So if you say in like apartment complexes, you can't you can't have certain dogs.
So instead, you got a boxer now.
Wait, so what?
Smithy, give us one more fun fact about your life before I get you out of here.
I just found out a couple weeks I'm a dancing ass nigga. Like, me too. I can tell.
So,
Usually we can spot our own.
when you say you're a dancing ass friend of ours, what exactly do you mean?
It's like I was walking in like HEB a couple days ago, and like I have
Make some noise for HEB, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I will not let it be mentioned without giving it its own special time on this show. It is just an unbelievable anomaly. We were talking about it literally on the way here, on the bus here, because we stopped at Buc-ee's, which is a national treasure, and the conversation just comes up every goddamn time. Texas has the best gas stations. We have the best grocery stores. We have just the light. Winter lasted 2 weekends this fucking year. It is unbelievable. Tell us about this trip, H.
I just had my headphones in. It was like I was playing like grinding by the Neptunes, and I just freaking popped like
It's so crazy. I was literally playing that on the drums earlier, asking my dear black friend John Dees if he knows that song. And it's the only song that we talked about before the show was Grinding by the Clips. Am I correct? Maybe confirm. And then what happened when you were playing Grinding? You were dancing in the HEB, and then what? Someone entered you into a dancing competition. You found out you were dancing.
no, it's like sometimes you just come to realizations. Like like the first time you probably figured out you was gay.
Yes, absolutely. I was in an HEB. I had my headphones on. I fell onto a breadstick, and why don't we see a little bit of dancing from you, and then we're gonna have the great Hall of Famer Adam Ray, who happens to also be a dancing ass motherfucker. We're gonna have a little dance competition here. I'm gonna throw Adam on the spot. Legend Adam Ray. Let's let him go first. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Smithy, everybody. This is our cover of the Clips. Grinding. Oh shit. Whoa. Oh shit. Go pigeon toe. Go pigeon toe. It's your birthday. Oh shit. Whoa. Whoa. Go. Oh my goodness. There he goes. There it is. Breaking into the jewelry store. That's what we call that dance. Oh.
Wow, that is literally what I was going to do.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, a man who's never taken a loss in the history of the show, doing his dancing acts. Oh my God. Oh, the peep over the windowsill. I don't know how to swim. Oh my goodness. Whoa, oh, he transferred it. Whoa, oh, he's got his heart. Oh, he took a bite of his heart. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a hit for Adam Ray, ladies and gentlemen.
I panicked. I thought, what would Closet a Gay guy do?
We were getting smithy with it. Smithy, you are so fun. Amazing stuff. Here is a big joke book from both sides that just so happens to be plated in gold because I know your people like things like that. Smithy, ladies and gentlemen, take note. A black man has never dropped a joke book in the history of the show. 13 years running. They don't know how to not catch things, including HIV. Now, your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen. That's so stupid. Goes by the name. Make some noise for Chris Martinez, everybody. Your first appears to be Houston Latino of the
Hell yeah, sorry for spilling that drink on you, by the way. That was rude of me. Appreciate you guys up there. Yeah, I'm not retarded, but I spent $15 for rocks. Anybody have that problem? I don't know. I'm starting to think that Cam Patterson's sold out. You know, he jumped off the Kill Tony show, went straight to SNL, and all of a sudden he's selling rocks for $15. It's like they were promised him 3,000 years ago. Am I right? All right. Well, enough about the Jews. Let's talk about Corpus Christi, Texas, where I'm from. Donald Trump was just there yesterday. Everybody give a hand for Donald Trump. The greatest president to ever live. You see this beautiful bridge? I built that bridge. My administration we built in 2017. Sleepy Joe Biden. He cut the port. He cut the funding, and then we brought it back in 2020. You can boo all you want, but he's the greatest president. Am I right, Tony? Am I right? Let's not get too political, though.
Okay, you went over his time there, Chris. I'm going to stop you. He's the only president right now. There's only one. So you spent the first 10 seconds apologizing to a group of people that you spilled a drink on that no one would have ever known about.
Yeah.
And then you took shots at one of the most beloved humans in the history of the show. Personally, these people all watch you a new minute and an interview every single week. You don't like him? Is that the implication?
No, I love him. I bought his rocks for $15. You know, you gotta love him.
Is that true? I'm confused.
No,
Is this like an online store or
No,
something?
it was actually the Austin show. The Austin, the New Year's Eve show.
Okay.
Yeah, $15. They told me they might be signed, so I fell for it, I guess. Dumbass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand. All right. So you made a deal about that. No one knew what you were talking about.
Yeah.
You said that. And then you went on to do a bad impression of the current president, in which you just said things that he's actually said before. There was no comedy added to it or anything like that.
Yeah.
Have you ever done stand-up comedy before?
Twice at the little pizza shop in Corpus Christi.
Okay. We know about that little pizza shop in Brick City or something.
Skeet Street.
Skeet Street, that's right.
Okay. They like
Chris, before I get you out of here, because you did nothing here tonight. Somehow, you're the only true Mexican that's been told that you did less work than anybody.
shout out.
Shout out to you. Okay. All right.
I fucking love you, Adam Bray. You're the best.
Okay.
I love you too, player. I thought we deported all you guys. What's going on? And that's your Topo Chico joke of the night.
All right. No one knows how to bring the room to a halt like you do. It's incredible. Chris, before I get you out of here, give me one redeeming quality about you that'll make all these people fall in love with you. Because right now, you've wasted 3 minutes.
I'm just gonna lean into the hate. I'm a door-to-door solar rep. I'm not gonna go for solar.
It's okay. We're going to keep it moving on. Here's a little joke book. There you go. Chris Martinez, everybody. He caught it. Gotta give him that. Caught it. There you go. There he shows a strange eye contact and pointed at him right as he walks off.
I think I found a fate of my dance. He's like, you're actually gonna move like that.
That made me miss my mom. I don't know. That was sad.
Sometimes I just keep it moving along. Sometimes I think there might be another deal.
Trust your instincts, don't.
Sometimes I don't do it flying. Your next bucket pull goes by the name of Clay McLaren. Everybody, Clay McLaren. Here we go. Clay McLaren. Here we go.
Hey everyone, how's it going tonight? Well, I'm probably gonna suck harder than that other guy, but I'm gonna do my best. So, I had my first sexual interaction with a female to male transgender person. What sucked is that her clit bigger than my dick. Also, I went and met some dude named, I don't know, like Dr. Phil or something a while back. I gave him a hand job. Also, I work at a comedy club, and I give many hand jobs there. The best part about it is that I get to eat all the time.
That was the punchline that you held your hand up and like made us all wait for it? Hand jobs, jerked out this guy, jerked out that guy, thank you, good night. You work at a comedy club? What do you do at the comedy club?
I'm in a bit savvy.
It's being the worst comedy club.
Where's this comedy club at?
It's in Houston.
What's it called?
Punchline Houston.
Wow. You event staffing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're adorable. I think you're funnier than what you did on stage tonight, so let's talk about it. I just want real answers out of you, okay, Clay?
Yeah, of course.
How old are you?
I am 30.
30. When you wake up in the morning, truly, without trying to be funny, you take us through your routine. What's the very first thing you do? You lay in bed for a little bit, you get out of bed immediately. What do you do?
Take a drink of alcohol.
Here you is a loud sound effect that happens because my partner here is just so good at his job. Go ahead.
Thank you, Red Band.
Go ahead. What's the first thing you do?
Take a drink.
Drink alcohol while still in bed.
Yeah, even though I just got out of the house at 3 now.
a while. Along the wagon. Okay. So,
Were you in rehab for alcohol?
what's that?
Were you in rehab for alcohol?
Why?
Yeah. I had to hesitate.
Let's talk about this. Yes. Take us through a day of how much you've drank.
Before I went to rehab, it was at least half a gallon.
Half a gallon of vodka?
Yes.
Wow.
Around 25.
What happened?
Yeah, I had some ridiculous relationships. I was supposed to get married, and I did. Yeah, thank you.
Why didn't you show up?
No, I wasn't.
Hold on, everybody. Shut up with your fucking angry dudes. Shut up. This is why the Astros can't win a World Series. Stop your booing. You fucking we laugh about you all the time, and meanwhile you're only 2.5 hours away from us, and we think you're sad. Shut up. The Rockets suck. The Astros suck. I'm interested in this guy's story.
For the record, Hakeem is my favorite player of all time.
Yeah, I'm kidding. I like you guys.
Oh, no, she wanted kids. I wasn't financially stable, so I thought that it would be inappropriate to bring a kid into the world without being able to take care of it. She didn't say jack lot about nothing. She didn't work at all. Yes, sir. Can I ask the complex side? We said we were all like it was you came out with the energy, right? You came out cheering, they were rooting for it. They wanted you to succeed, and then you built up and you had this formula of like I did this and I turned out the thing. But the best part about it is, and then you said I hate the cum, and that felt like more like a confession than a punchline. So did you have other alternative punchlines like that you were deciding between, or did you just think that just off the top like that? Yeah, eating cum is just like show up that I eat cum regularly.
When you say you become regular, what exactly do you mean?
I mean, it's not like a recreational thing, but
answer the question. What do you mean when you say you become? A very simple question. You said it. I'm asking you what you mean.
sometimes it shoots up my face.
Hold on. Sir, I got this. What the fuck?
You're gay sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you consider yourself bi? You're just gay. You're straight. Guys shoot come on your face sometimes. Okay. I'm gonna get you out of here. Okay, very good. There you go. Another draw. What is this? What is this? The Astros in the World Series? What is happening here tonight? I love it. Your middle finger does nothing. You guys all have tiny middle fingers in this shit. Look all the tiny Houston middle fingers. You know that's a thing in the water. Makes your middle fingers so small. You see how tiny they are. You know like little fingers. Very good. It's all of world leaders and whatnot. How's my favorite thing up like that doing out there? That's getting real fun. It's like, I don't understand that. It's like, you speak with extra money down here. Anyway, those are going to get your kids that inherited it. It's very bothers. The real workers
Want to make it legit, make it as legit as it has to be, especially now things are being regulated, things are becoming more official.
So again, those are oppressors.
That's very much a relationship. Maybe next to it, really love to see something related to the platform having been outdated, leading to the results of the update of the platform. So the really society. I think that I gotta be completely transparent and say I don't think anybody should be using QR codes. I think seeing through and to be very easy to get into security. So it's kind of QR codes right there.
Wants the mic, come on up. You're welcome. Our rooms are always welcome. Welcome everybody up. Have your voice heard.
I understood your point, Jeff. It's if you really want a broader audience and reach out to everybody, if you make it ready for everyone, basically, and make it as easy as can be for anybody from newbies to, just experts.
Yeah, go ahead, Rabbi.
Is it your belief that every system, no matter how secure one may think it is always possible to be hacked?
Say it one more time.
Certainly. Basically, is it your belief that any system, no matter how secure one may try to build it, can always be hacked?
Trying to see, digesting. So,
like, basically, is there any way to make any system impenetrable? Either perhaps not now, but maybe into the future? Or does every system have some type of vulnerability? And will it always? Is that just something that is an inherent issue with any kind of security?
Yeah, it's such a good question. I gotta be honest, it's a great question. So, man, it's loaded. So, I don't know if you were in here the whole time, but there's another group developing a marketplace, and we wanted to help them and do testing on it. But also, what I would say, and I apologize for the long-winded answer. It's going to be long-winded, probably, and it might require a couple of revisions. But there were some. They apparently went through multiple audits, and I didn't do an independent audit or look or scan or anything. He welcomed it, but I'm too busy with everything else. In any event, looking at it though, like to connect to that platform, knowing the risk, and everybody in security knowing the risk with QR codes, that's the problem. They obviously don't know security. QR codes are not secure. Don't ever use a QR code. Hey, this goes back to something I talked about too. I'll just briefly segue into for 1 second, Rabbi, is that recently auto mechanics now use license plates as a way to find out what the car is. Okay? A license plate isn't the official method to identify what engine size, what all the components in that vehicle are, because all they're doing is mapping that air quote license plate, aka QR code, to the VIN number, because they're too lazy to give you the address or the VIN via reading it to you or cutting it and pasting it to it. I'm just making an analogy there. The QR code is very, very dangerous. Don't use it. It's like, again, don't click on an email you don't know who it's coming from. A majority of the emails that you get that are coming from your bank are coming from things related to COVID or CDC or whomever you're subscribed to when there's a pandemic or things of that nature is always going to be, unfortunately, a scam. A fish so well done you don't know. You never know your fish if it's done right. Anyway, in ending what I'm saying, and I know it's long-winded, even my platform that you don't know about here, that one of the reasons why I have these rooms, I provide links for people to click. However, the biggest concern we have and the conundrum is I've been teaching everybody don't click fucking links that you don't know what they are. You don't know who I am, but I'm a security expert and I'm asking you to click my links. But in any event, it's a huge problem. To answer your question, though, more direct, going into is it of my opinion? Dude, I've been in the security world since before security was really security. I started a security company before there was any security companies that I know about. So unfortunately, there's always risk. There's always going to be a zero day. There's always going to be a vulnerability, depending on what you're talking about. There's always going to be a loop. There's always going to be an issue. You're always going to be paying attention. Go ahead.
Yeah, and to add to what Jeff was saying, like earlier today, I saw on the news, one of the biggest exchange platforms for crypto had a bunch of their wallets hacked. So it's like, it's crazy to hear when these large top exchange platforms happen to have these issues. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of wallets,
I'm in agreement with you, Jeff, that really every system at a certain point has some type of vulnerability, and I'm sure this has been debated, but and just pondered. But really, in the world that we're in, moving towards supercomputing and then quantum computing, especially within the crypto world, is there a race that's currently going on to create a quantum computer that essentially can de-encrypt all of the given cryptocurrency of the world and all the passwords of the world? Basically, what I'm thinking is there is a certain point, almost inevitably in the future, that you could create a computer that is so intelligent using and so powerful that it is able to unlock every single password on Earth. And if that's the case, is this something that you think governments and perhaps non-governmental organizations are racing toward in competition with one another, because it is such a it's be such a goal of an organization to be able to have that kind of power, perhaps from a clandestine perspective, perhaps for a warfare perspective, or an economic advantage, or something similar? Thank you for letting me ask that question.
Yeah, that's a lot to repeat what you said, but the bottom line is, think about what encryption we use for TLS and SSL. It was created in 1997. So, what is that? 2007? That's 30 or 29 years ago. That's the government standard of the best encryption that we have, the ES-256-bit encryption. People don't even realize, though, because they're still talking about using DES or using 128-bit, all these things that have been cracked years and decades ago, and they're still implementing and using that because they don't understand security. Anyway, GPUs alone can crack and brute force. There's so many tools already just using dictionary attacks, dictionaries and performing dictionary attacks that can brute force a large majority of passwords already, instantly just running through a dictionary file. Many dictionary files. And open source tools to do all that stuff. When you get into thinking about China, for example, or any major nation state and the power of their supercomputers or the GPUs that they have available, they can brute force our passwords now, and instantaneously with the amount of compute they have. Not alone what's happening you're mentioning with quantum computers. With quantum computers, I mean, the entire passphrases or seed keys or even the entire chain can be completely decrypted. But the problem is they're not going to tell anybody that. They're not going to share that anymore. I mean, all of the communications are already all in the clear. I mean, yeah, it's way too deep to even go down to that rabbit hole. So the simple answer is that what you do today that you think you're secure from, including what you didn't know 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, 30 years is in Utah. If they don't have the keys to already decrypt what you were doing then, and with the modern age of AI today, and AI alone, and GPUs, and quantum computers, everything that you ever did in the past will be revealed in the future. It's just a matter of time if and when it's not already decrypted, that all of that is exposed. You'll never hear me say that again, but that's true. I hope that answers your question.
It does. I'm in agreement with you, Jeff. Just like in perhaps the 1940s, there was a race to create nuclear weapons, and in the 1960s, there was the space race. I think that we are in a security race, and you said something that's very key. No state actor is going to admit it, but essentially there is the echelon, an idea that if you are to be able to create a computer that's fast enough and intelligent enough to be able to hack the world's passwords, then almost instantaneously you would become the most powerful actor on Earth. You would basically have a backdoor into all of the cryptocurrency of the world, all of the buildings and certainly people's personal computing access. The only thing that I understand that may not be connected to this type of system are some of these like nuclear systems that aren't connected to the internet. But basically anything that's connected to the internet, you would almost overnight have control of because of your security access. And I think this is a race that's currently going on. Perhaps it's already been won and we don't know, or perhaps it's going to be won sometime in the future, but no one is talking about it, especially at a government level. And I find it to be fascinating. So I appreciate your contributions and your answers, Jeff. I think they've been very insightful, and I think really a key point that you mentioned is that nobody is going to want to discuss this at that level, and thus we may never know about it.
Yeah, you brought up really good questions. Really big questions. So no, I appreciate you asking and joining us in here. We kind of lost our mojo from earlier when we were, doing some other cool stuff. But anyway, it's all good. So yeah, Miss K, I want to, thank you for being co-host. I hope you come back again. We get to have you as our co-host again in the future. I'd love to hear more about you too, because we had a bunch of people in here earlier. It's slowed down now, so feel free to talk about anything you like to share.
Oh man, it's just I love every topic. I keep it open to a lot of different things. Everything from gardening to survival skills to cars, anything. But yes, that was interesting. But I think, like as you said, there was either a disconnect or they just didn't want to open the doors to look beyond to what you're saying, because, like, I agree, most most apps regarding, like Phantom and all these, the exchanges that do have wallets and stuff, they don't have instructions, and I think it would definitely make them stand out if they were just to do that a little bit more detailed. But, and yes, Rabbi?
Oh, well, I just saw, I wanted you to know how I came into here. I saw that it said shill space with cybersecurity and all of those other things. Do you mind if I tell you about my project and what I do?
Not at all. Real quick, I want to reply to Miss K before I forget, and then you take the mic again, Rabbi. Damn it, and I forgot what the hell I was gonna say, Miss K. Think about it. Sorry, go ahead, Rabbi.
Absolutely, apologies for that. I'm sure you'll think of it, hopefully. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you most likely will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, if you ever saw that movie with Jim Carrey in the 1990s, or a real-life Big Brother, if you've ever seen that television show. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm doing my best to make that true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data have overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm live right now on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube streams that I restart every 12 hours so that you literally can watch my life going back in time, almost like a time capsule or a timeline. And I do my best to archive not just my life, but world history events, and I think it'll be quite interesting in the future. So for you all who I know are interested in cybersecurity and certainly data and connectivity and such, I thought that might be interesting to allow me to contribute. So I appreciate that.
Hey, thank you for sharing that so much, Rabbi. That's really amazing. The Truman Show was such an eye-opener of a movie for those that have seen it. And those that haven't, make sure that you check it out. It's so cool to hear that you're streaming live to 20 different various YouTube channels right now. It's incredibly awesome, Rabbi. One thing I would say, if you wanted to take the time at some point, if you have a moment, I have a platform that's basically a replacement of Linktree. This Linktree wasn't able to do what I needed. That platform would be very beneficial to you and to us because it would allow you to put the links to your YouTube channels and all your socials for us to be able to follow you and find you easy. So if you have any interest in it, it's called youdigdat.com, and I just see that my other account that was in here, my phone had overheated, it was covered up. But Rabbi, if you look at my link in my X profile, there's a link that says youdigdat.com/JeffLife, and youdigdat is kind of a fun way of the way you used to say you dig. That's where it came from, to being a little bit fun. So in any event, Rabbi, if you at some point have time, click that link, make your account, and that will make our whole community grow. We can find you can find more people to interview and continue to build the awesome stuff that you're building.
I'd love to do that. I appreciate that. And I'm very much a heavy user of Linktree. If you have the opportunity, take a look at my Linktree. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild if you don't want to click the link. I think, the largest Linktree of anybody you're ever going to find. It's got like 100 links on it. So I'd love to transfer some of those to your website when I have some time, and I have followed you, and I'll take a look at that when I can, create an account and transition a lot of those links into onto your site. And I would love to network. So thank you for the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, Rabbi. Great that you have Linktree. Just to add one more thing, too, I have a Linktree importer that literally will take you less than 5 seconds. One click, you type in your Linktree that you just gave me. In our platform, it will pull everything over. It does about a 90% good job. Some of the things don't go in the right buckets as far as the social buckets, but it will take all that work away from you. But then it starts to have the ability, like if you collect NFTs, or if you have people that follow you that want to donate an NFT to you, your NFTs will show up in your profile as well. That's something that Linktree doesn't do. I see a lot of people in their bios and social, they show their link tree, which is awesome, and then they show another link to their NFTs. But the problem is there's only 2 places available in on X to share links, and you might have 4, 5, 6 different wallets, and you can't put them all on there. So anyway, the short thing is that it not only is it all the links and all the stuff that you have, but then it's integration of videos, that are people aren't going to be afraid of clicking on Rabbi because they're integrated in. I do a lot of things around cybersecurity to make this private, including no requirement for KYC, and also, most importantly, the URLs and things that you put in there to your socials actually don't. For example, if you were to go put in Facebook and you put it in the wrong field for Telegram, it would say, hey, you can't put Telegram in the Facebook URL because Facebook requires this URL. So what it does is it prevents anybody from injecting any bad URLs into any.
Transfer all of that information very easily, and I will do so as quickly as I can. So thank you so much.
Yeah, have a great evening.
You as well.
Oh, I love that because everybody just, honestly, we're going into a day and age where everybody wants it at the tip of their fingers, and that's what it is. It's probably all the attention span that we don't really have. So what's next?
Yeah, I thought we were going to be minting some NFTs tonight. That would have been a lot of fun. But anyway, what's next? I'm not really sure. We were setting up Alberto's profile before the other group came in, and we wanted to help the best we can.
Actually, I made some modifications where you were talking. I have some streaming services, and instead, I cannot figure out why I have like 5 or 6 Spotify links in that part. But yeah, it's amazing. Oh, and I couldn't move the video to the top. I could move it in the dashboard, but it didn't move in the page.
Oh, it wouldn't move up to the top? Wow, why did the video get so big there? Yeah, I'll have to look at that. So, yeah, just out of curiosity, what time is it where you are, Alberto? You sound exhausted.
Yeah, it is 1 a.m.
Are you in Spain?
No, I am in Uruguay, in South America, in Uruguay.
Oh, entonces hablas español.
Hablo español, sí.
Yes, we are glad to see you, Latin American.
Yeah. Are you in the USA?
I'm in the U.S. on the East Coast.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
You as well, Alberto. Yeah, go ahead. I guess we're gonna wrap this up, right, Jeff? I assume.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll still have a couple. I don't know who Made and Made King are, but they're welcome to hang out. I know Dragon's playing tonight. How you doing, Dragon? Might be busy or something of that nature, but yeah, maybe just hang out a couple more minutes and then head out. But Alberto, I think you should get some sleep, bud. You sound exhausted.
I work much better during the night than during the day. I have my video of the day. No, I stay up until the same 4 hours more. And yeah.
That's the rhythm of the night, he said.
But imagine this, when Samantha wakes up, I go to sleep. When Belma goes to wake up in England, is when I go to sleep.
Well, don't wear yourself out. Don't wear yourself thin. I'll take your. I'm looking at your profile. I see there's a couple of those extra Spotify. So I will go and remove. That's a bug. So I'm going to make sure that's fixed because especially if Rabbi or anyone uses that LinkedIn and we don't want that to happen again. So, yeah. So yeah, and yeah, guys.
Speaking of which, so I just made my account on You Dig That. Where's the importers section?
Oh, hey, cool. I didn't know you were going to access it. That's awesome. Let me tell you where it's at. It's under dashboard at the top left. You got a little hamburger, kind of icon, the three lines. Click on that and click on settings, and then scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page on the right-hand side. You'll see it, and it just asks for your LinkedIn address.
Excellent. Yeah, I don't mess around, so thank you so much. Really great site. Just want you to know from a third-party perspective, it's excellent.
Yeah, thank you. How easy was it for you to create and onboard your account?
Extremely easy. I mean, I just had to verify my email, which is really smooth, and then I'm just going to go to the settings now and import my link tree, and then we're all set.
Okay, great. How many hours did it take you, Alberto? Well, actually, it took me days actually to consider when I started to create the account and when I was able to access to it. It was like 3 or 4 days, yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, it's but of course, but the problem was the stupidity of the human being, which means me. You call yourself that. Do not. No, I'm just making fun of myself because it was so silly, and then all the things that were happening were really funny. Yeah, it was funny. It was fun too at the same time. So, hey, let's stick around just a little bit longer for Rabbi to finish building out his account, hear any feedback he has and stuff. And man, he's got so many people following him. Can you imagine if we could just get a couple of his followers that joined the platform too and understood truly what it is? It's incredible. I see a hand up. Go ahead, Dave.
I just want to say thanks for the good information you give everyone on your space. I'm new here. Hi, Miss Kelly. I do follow her. I don't know anybody else, but I like the knowledge you share with everyone else. And if any other spaces you're gonna be on, just feel free to let me know.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Sorry, not Alan. Mead. I appreciate it. And Alan, thanks. It's good to see you again. And just to give notice in the room, we've got a gentleman that's streaming to 20 different YouTube platforms live right now. So,
that's exactly right. To give you a breakdown, I'm live on more than 20 simultaneous channels on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're live on 2 additional X Spaces, so in addition to this one, and those are on video. I just completed 1 entire year of X Spaces 24/7 live on video, so I have literally an entire year of my life uploaded on X. I'm live on more than a dozen different Discords right now on video, live on more than a dozen Rumble accounts, and let's see where else. Oh, and Telegram. So yeah, I basically, if they let me stream there, I do my best to live my life on that platform. I'm a heavy user. And in relation to the link tree, I am putting my link tree in. I'm going to try one other thing with the address. I'm getting an error code back though, so I'm wondering if I have to put it in with the short code that's linktr.ee/Rabbi Rothschild. I'm going to check that out, so I'll be able to give you some feedback on that in a moment. So thank you.
Fantastic. Man, that's so exciting, all those platforms, guys. And like I said, can you imagine just getting a couple of those users that convert, that hear what we're doing right now while Rabbi is here sharing this space? Oh my God. Rabbi, it's like I said, it's a pleasure. And, after maybe you can show your audience, the difference. And I don't know if you have any NFT wallets or not, but one of the things that we do a little different on the platform and why we created it was Linktree wasn't able to do some things related to music. I started publishing music, and I did that because I needed to create some monetary stream of some type anyway. Linktree would only let me do Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple, and YouTube. It wouldn't let me support any of the small guys or any of the guys that actually started the whole streaming platform, like Pandora and Tidal and Shazam and all those other guys. Even though they're streaming, I looked up their metrics, they're doing over 100 million streams, I guess it was per month. But still, that's a lot of traffic. I mean, would you give up? Not the answer. Would you give up 100 million, simultaneous streamers and just only focus on the big guys? So anyway, that's how this platform was born. And go ahead, Rabbi.
I was successfully able to transfer my link tree, so it transferred 98 links. If you want to look at my profile, it is excellent. I am at Rabbi, so it's udig.com/Rabbi. And if I could make any suggestion, and I'm sure that you've got a lot on your plate, but when you do put in that link to be able to transfer things, it does seem like it has to be that linktr.ee/ whatever your username is. And if possible, to just have the ability to put the full linktree.com/ @ whatever your username is. I think that I know a lot of people like to use that as opposed to the short link, because they think that a lot of people don't trust the short link with security issues that can occur, so they just give the full link. But aside from that, it was extremely easy, and I see all the functionality with videos and things like that. Really, Linktree could learn a thing or two from your platform. You're giving them a run for their money, so kudos to you.
Yeah, I appreciate all the feedback. I've noted that, and I'll add that into the pipeline for feature requests of next things to add. So I'll have that added in there this week. And I noticed, looking at your profile, you've got 3 wallets. I want to, if you have a few minutes, I want to show you how to integrate those wallets, and especially so your followers can see, because we don't connect wallets, we don't do anything of that nature. We just, the same information that you're providing right now, that you provided to a link, you put that in the dashboard down in the area under crypto. So on that OpenSea address that you have, you go down to crypto and you open up the Ethereum area. You cut and paste your wallet address in there, and then you get a box that pops up that says "Discover My Collection." You click that button and it will discover everything in that particular wallet, and then you select it all. And after you select it all, you hit save, and then all of those NFTs will show in a gallery at the bottom of your page. And over time, you can obviously clean up all these links and put them where they're supposed to go. Unfortunately, all of your things that imported, you have so much, which is amazing, but it imported into links instead of importing into the social media area. Well, actually, a lot of stuff did import in the social media area. So yeah, man, you got a lot of stuff going on. It's really cool. You'll have the biggest freaking probably profile on our platform. And so let me know if you have any questions about what I just said as far as showing your collection in your profile.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Yes, I figured I would probably have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, profiles that you're going to have. I have really what I think to be, for one individual, more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 used Instagram accounts, some that have 10,000 or so different posts. I even have created bots on Instagram that automatically upload my life every hour. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, all handmade, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, all handmade, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So basically, I've done my best to be as uncancelable as possible. And you may say, well, Rabbi, why did you create all these accounts? Why don't you just have one main account? Oh, I started that way, as everybody does. But you find when you live stream your life 24/7, and you're literally sleeping online, you'll get a copyright strike randomly here or there because a song came on the radio, or because of just random things that you're watching on YouTube or whatever, and you get 3 of those, and then they end your account. And really, the appeal process isn't very understanding. So after losing my main accounts very early on in this endeavor, I said, you know what? I'm not losing them anymore. I'm going to have redundant streams and backups of all my backups. And so that's why I do have so many of those links included in my profile, but that isn't even close to as many as I have in total. So when I have a few moments, I'll go through and clean everything up. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able and the information that you provided to be able to connect my wallets. And it's not even connecting my wallets, but just changing the way that it's displayed. So thank you.
Happened to me too. I used to stream when I was driving.
You totally learned from Rabbi on his redundant high availability and DR capability, preventing against the big brother from shutting that voice down. So absolutely.
Yeah, when I can't lose that make the SSD distributed to all of the most podcasting platforms, then also to YouTube. I also have an MP3 episode in my website. I publish here in Twitter. So yeah, YouTube. I was broadcasting driving in my car, listening to the radio. I can be just listening to the radio and music, but I was getting a strike 1, copyright infringement, because of my song that's in the background. Imagine I was on the street streaming, and somebody was playing some song, well, more than, 1 minute. I would get punished because of that background song playing there on copyright. And after 3 strikes, yep, account is gone. There's nothing you can do. That's really depressing.
That's absolutely correct. And I've gotten that where I've been just at an intersection and somebody just has their windows rolled down, and all of a sudden my Instagram live stops because it's considered to be copyrighted material. It's like, oh, I wasn't even listening to that song. That wasn't even in my purview. So I have figured out a way around all of this, and I think it's quite simple, but quite ingenious. And that is, if you play a song on a continuous loop that isn't copyrighted, the algorithm of YouTube and all the other platforms is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material with a non-copyrighted song playing over it. So I have just a song that's playing in the background of all of my streams that is non-copyrighted, and then that means if I'm ever watching the Olympics or the Super Bowl or the World Cup or anything else that may be copyrighted, I don't get those copyright flags because the algorithm is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material in combination with the non-copyrighted music. So I've been writing on that for the last few years, and has allowed me to really document some really important aspects of society. And I do know of some other people who are doing this They haven't gone as long as I have been going, but they also feel that it's important to document human events. We're essentially modern day diarists. People would write in diaries, or journalists. People would write in journals, but for the 21st century. So, as I say, everything from the death of a queen to the birth of AI to the coronation of a king to wars that are going on. I keep a radio going on in the background of all my streams 24 hours a day that literally is creating a timeline and time capsule of not just human achievement, but also world events. And I think really people will study my stream or perhaps similar streams in the future, not just to know what a person's life was like from all of the biological aspects that we'll be able to learn, including eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, circadian rhythms, all of the aspects of the human body, but also how people reacted to historical events. I find this to be an extremely important endeavor. And for a platform like YouTube or Instagram to want to shut down that entire project because you listen to a Cardi B song for 31 seconds and their limit is 30 seconds is really, it's quite devastating. So what I end up doing is ensuring that I have another song playing over the background, and that has allowed me to be able to avoid many of those copyright strikes. So if that is a benefit to anyone in here, if you ever want to avoid it, play two songs or another song or another sound going at the same time, and the algorithm won't know what you're doing.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm okay with music that I create using AI. If anybody's an artist, I'm sorry, musician, they are great music. But yeah, I mean, it's Spotify. I hope it's not Friday that's copyright, because it would be very funny to be suspended from YouTube for listening to a song that is belongs to you, that is playing in the background. So that YouTube account that was suspended, I was uploading automatically when service maybe created a space I was hosting. I have so far more than 2,000 spaces to have 2,100 or 2,000 300 spaces in the last years. I was having a copy of all of them in video format in YouTube. I don't know, the things that were spoken in the conversation, as you said, events that were happening, when in real time we were discussing them, and it was much fun. I mean, people discussing things, the people that were in certain places were happening, were talking. Okay, so an alternative to the traditional mass media narrative that, normally doesn't reflect exactly what's going on. Well, the discussion for me was extremely valuable. Now I just download my spaces audio file, and some of them I upload raw into a podcast format, and most of them using AI. I share content where, the content of the space, the discussion that are taking place, and are created in a video format or audio format, and distributed to get all the platforms for podcasting, also YouTube, YouTube podcasts, and that still the RSS feed will keep it, but I am already lost that's a content of like probably almost 1,000 videos with expert basis. Was really interesting. Some ways, I think also what that happens, you should have the option to download the file with your videos. Because they can download your video, they can suspend your account, but the videos, they belong to you. You should be able to actually download them you have no longer access to YouTube.
I absolutely agree with that, Alberto. If you ever do have the misfortune of losing an account, one of the options, the very few options that you have, is to download your data. And when you do this, what does that mean? What does your data mean? And usually it only means, the day you created the account, maybe your profile picture or something like that. I'm an advocate, and I mean, I know it's probably a losing battle, but eventually I'd like to lobby once I have a big enough platform that says when you get banned from one of these platforms, that's fine, but you own your data in congruence essentially with these platforms, and you should also have the option to download all of the content that you have on there that was posted there, because in my opinion, and I'm sure I share this with some of you, that is your data as well. That's the important stuff. Who cares about your creation date or how many likes you had on the account? Who cares about that? You want the content. And so I think that that's something that is going to have to be revised as more and more people do get banned. If you are someone who has major connections to managers and agents and such, if you lose your account, you're done. And many high profile people do lose their account, but they have different connections that allow them to bypass the traditional appeal process and either get their accounts unbanned or unshadow banned or whatever it would be. And your average person does not have this. Everything is being so automated, and it's usually, if you're ever going to get a hold of anybody, it's not someone from your own country. They're not going to understand the same issues that are going on. It's really this faceless entity that you have to deal with. And while that's certainly unfortunate, I'd like to open up those discussions as well as I continue to gain traction. I cannot agree with Alberto more than when you get your account banned, download your data means everything, and you should have the opportunity for everything. And on top of that, it shouldn't just be for a set period of time. I sometimes they only give you 30 days or something like that. You might not even know you were banned if you haven't logged into the account in 30 days. No, these are, in my opinion, basically systems that these platforms have created to be able to give themselves all of the power, which I understand. They've written the terms and conditions. Everything in their system is going to go in their favor. I get that, but it's not always going to be that way. I feel you'll eventually have apologies. You'll eventually have some creators who speak up on behalf of your smaller creators and hopefully can change the system. Go ahead.
Yeah, and talking about that, that's why I think technology and innovation is really taking off, especially for crypto, different ways of making, money. But with your point, I have a couple friends that are really trying to make a website here for crypto specifically, to be able to make content. You own it. You won't have to give up your soul like they make you on these sites, right? You're basically signing away your soul. That's what it feels like. That they own everything that you post and whatnot. But I think we're going to take a soon a change in that, because there's more, like I said, people getting involved and like, you know what, I'm tired of people having my information, owning everything I have, and now people are saying, enough is enough. Like, and I think that's evolving again.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, for example, in Meta, which is Facebook, only 5% of the people that have their account taken over, which is their account, are able to recover it, which is nothing. Actually, with those numbers, made me think, okay, if I was famous, I would think, okay, 95% of the people are actually frauds and try to take over another person's account with the recovery account feature, or is it actually Facebook that is failing in the way it's working in order to return access to the account to the real owners? I don't know. I was helping last month to the actress Nicole Lagos that in Facebook she's been for a couple of years telling the story of her journey fighting against cancer. It's like her diary that her fight and all the things she's been through. A lot of people follow her, support her, she's inspiring. And somebody hacked her account. She couldn't actually get it back following the procedures of Meta. She was not getting recognized or accepted She has a legacy account, a celebrity high profile, and she tried with her ID. The first line communications is AI, and AI didn't actually let her proceed. So actually what I did was, as I have a connection with her and we have been interacting for years via DMs, okay, and I am an Italian citizen as well as you are. Okay, in the moment I use GDPR as a tool in order to make those kinds. They don't care about a ticket, an administrative task, but they care about money. I am not complying with the European laws and the laws about private information means 4% eventually of the yearly profit. So I filed a complaint in Ireland regarding this. They took the case and then they started sending me some questions and then they reply, oh, as if not you or my colleague live in Europe, we cannot proceed with this case or we will close it. Okay, then I contact the police. At one point also the hacker, I was for some stupidity, called me via the messenger of Facebook using the Coast account. And I asked him, oh, did you call me? No, it's a hacker. So I put into the communication to the police in Italy and to the office in charge of the privacy in Italy that, okay, that I was fearing for my life, that I was having anxiety attacks. So they escalated that, and instead of being shot, just a ticket regarding data, it was related to a criminal case regarding the risk of life of persons. So it was the speed of resolving that was wow. Actually, they went back to Ireland, that in Ireland is where they contact metal threats, and they had to open the case again. And okay, she got to come back, but imagine that was really something exhausting. That woman was really feeling, I mean, she was losing years of content with all her story every day. When she ever since she started the treatment against cancer with her daughters, God, it's nice to make content and Meta didn't give a lift about that. So it's really, really concerning.
I agree. I feel in its own way it's a discriminatory system between the haves and the have-nots. Again, if you're a have, you have a connection at Alphabet, at Meta, at Amazon if you need to get into your account. But if you're the little guy, you even if you have your password hasn't changed, your device hasn't changed. Just because you trigger some type of system within, let's just say Alphabet with Google, you can't log into your account. And it may say to you, do a two-factor authentication. Well, you might not have had that phone in the last half decade or so. People do have their telephone numbers changed. People do break their phones. The higher net worth individuals are going to have workarounds for those systems. But your average person may have changed their telephone number a couple times in the past 20 years. And because of that, they're locked out of their systems. And that isn't because they did anything differently. They might have the same IP address, they might have the same device, they might have the same password. But just because Google wants to flag your account for one reason or another, and you don't have that telephone number, then all of a sudden you can't get back in your account. And I find it very strange too. I mean, I create a lot of accounts, as you can tell. The first thing that Google,
somebody with thousands of accounts, 6,000 in the sky, and says, oh my God, you are basically 0.1% of the account in those areas.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I live my whole life on the internet. In fact, at least with Discord, when they do the wrap up every year, like Spotify does a wrap up, Google does it, or Discord does a wrap up. I'm not in the top 1%, nor the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.01% of all Discord users, which tells me, I'm probably perhaps the person who uses the internet maybe the most in in the world. And I can tell you, keeping all the passwords straight and all that's its own issue. But just simply trying to log into some account that I haven't changed because Google wants to, for one reason or another, flag me, I think is really unfortunate. And I also think this is an interesting topic, and we don't necessarily have to go down it, but the use of VPNs. I feel as if Google is very anti-VPN. They want to be able to connect you and your data as much as possible. And so that's when you log into your Google account. If you haven't set up an alternative method of logging in, like a telephone number or like an alternative, a secondary email, they're going to ask you that they're going to prompt you for that every single time, and then they want your home address. And there's some questions to me about that too, like why do you need this? I'm just using the internet, or I'm just using it for my email. Why do you need this? And it really, to me, is Alphabet wanting to connect all of this information to you. And then if you do use a VPN, using Google is very difficult. And I'm sure if you've ever used a VPN, find it difficult. You have to do a CAPTCHA every single time, and basically makes the search engine unusable if you want to search a few different things. And because of those reasons, I feel as if this is perhaps planned by Google to make things very difficult to use and separate people from their data when the people do not want that, and then to connect people with their data when it is in Alphabet's best interest.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. About this interesting. Years ago, let's say 5-6 years ago, Twitter, I was using VPNs all the time, and whenever changing location and logging into Twitter account, I had to answer tests with an email to verify me. I had to pass a challenge. Whenever changing countries, that happened. Now I can enter right now from Chile and in 10 minutes from Finland, and Twitter will not say anything, not even a suspicious activity message, which is really weird. I mean, actually, yeah, it's very weird, but Google, it's annoying. You are going to do a search, and then, okay, you have to go and capture to continue. And I don't think it's an accident. I think that the data of the people is really something, one of the most, the thing that Google wants the most from the users. I think it's that is for security reasons.
I agree.
Rabbi,
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Mitch, real quick. I'm going to say one thing and then pass it back to you, Mitch. But think about all our data breaches that we have that literally happen every single day. You know, everything from healthcare to OPM breaches to social security breaches, everything. You know, I got to be honest. Maybe I'll stick my foot in my mouth by saying this, but these government organizations and companies that are responsible for maintaining the confidentiality, the integrity and availability of our particular data need to be held accountable. They shouldn't continue to want to collect or be able to continue to collect our biometrics, our photos, our addresses, and our personal information, because it puts us at risk. We have a right to be able to protect this information. We literally have thousands of rogue data brokers that collect all of our personally identifiable information and trade it and sell it. We have corporations such as Kroger, as an example, that make $2 billion, I believe, don't quote me on that, but $2 billion a year just selling our personally identifiable information. So think about all the other larger corporations that are selling your data. We literally have every metric from every single ad, every single tracking network, all being, completely communicating and going back home, and the level of data collection is, I could talk on that subject for a week straight and not even cover it all. But the biggest thing here is we have to push back against the collection of our personally identifiable information that's constantly being breached because no one is putting proper controls around to protect our data.
Actually, for example, Facebook, in 2016, with the Cambridge Analytica problem, okay, now after Facebook giving that information, that company was not that big. It was something that, completely unethical that they did. And they had to pay a fine. Somebody, a hacker steals information from other place. Yeah, that's criminal case, and I go to prison. But Meta, no, so it's completely insane.
Yeah, you're fine. I just wanted to say thank you so much. I will be stepping down and going to bed now. It is 12:42 a.m. for me, so I'm actually going to work tomorrow. It was a pleasure to meet you, Jeff, and everybody on this panel, and everybody down below for listening. Thank you for joining us. Me, Coin, and Making, I believe I know the both. But yeah, thank you very much. Alberto, it was a pleasure.
Thank you for being here tonight, Ms. K. We look forward to seeing you in the future.
All right, and I will see you. Goodbye.
Adios.
Go ahead, Robert.
Jeff, you raise an excellent point. And the penalties for data breaches are essentially either non-existent or are easily payable by some of these multi-billion or multi-trillion dollar organizations. And it's in my opinion, Facebook in itself maybe should have been shut down after some of its scandals. It had an election scandal. It had for manipulation. Nobody went to jail over that. No. I mean, I can't tell you the last corporate executive that for anyone across the board who's gone to jail for their white collar crimes. It's almost as if you have enough money, you're able to pay the attorneys to be able to get a fine. And even the organizations that create the laws, not just Congress, but perhaps like the SEC, the FCC, these organizations are so in bed with many of the lobbyists that what ends up happening is the penalties are all financial. So you steal $1 billion worth of data, you get caught, you have to pay $1 million worth of penalties. Well, you just profited $999 million on those actions, and no one's going to jail over it. And then all of a sudden, the same people who are in, let's just say, the FCC, who created that law or whatever, are now going to be your vice president of marketing or your vice president of security or operations or whatever it may be. It's a terrible system. I've heard it discussed previously that if the penalty for a crime is financial, then it is just a penalty on poor people. And I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's oh my God, you're so fucking right. I mean, I have been through a criminal case. I mean, justice is very big. Tell me how much money you have, and I will tell you what justice applies to you. Justice might even not apply to you if you have enough money. Yeah, for these companies, fine me. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I will be profiting 10 times or 100 times more than the fine, so I don't care. So, no, that's not the case. It's like this victim, so, I don't know, all revenge, and I think that, okay, that means so much fine, and it's that the easy way to offer perpetrators a civil case. But in civil case, if they win, they will only get money for the person who exposes women private pictures online. And and if there are people that dispute the cases, they have not paid money because actually they did that, for feeling of control. I don't know. So actually, it's completely nothing, not that much, or it's not a penalty, it's not something that they're paying for the crime they committed. Then it's like doing that without any kind of punishment. So looking for money is not the way of doing things. They should be liable in other ways, like most of the people that don't have money and right. I mean, it's the crime, most of the cases of the people that are in prison is being poor. Yeah, that's a crime. That's exactly the crime. And that's just terrible.
That's absolutely correct. And it's basically rules for thee, not for me. And it's that type of system. It's really unfortunate, especially as well, that these companies have become so large and so powerful that they should be regulated like a utility. That now the people have a right to be able to use their services because it is so expensive to be able to run one of them that basically they have no competition. It is an endorsed monopoly. And unfortunately, we don't have the laws passed to be able to enforce that. Additionally, many of the people who would be able to make those laws or at least enforce those laws, judges and legislators are afraid. No one wants to go up against Google. You know, the Google's extremely influential. Nobody wants to go up against Facebook, especially for their themselves or their children and their reputations. These companies have just become these just absolute monopolies. You can't go and create a competitor to Facebook right now or a competitor to Google. And get any kind of market share. I know one interesting thing, at least in the EU, I'm not totally privy on all of this information, but something along the lines of the EU is deciding now the monopolistic behavior of Google and may force Google to make a change to their business model. Right now, Chrome, I believe in the EU and perhaps in the Western world, is about between 70 and 80% of all machines use Google Chrome as the default browser, which in itself is a major advantage that Google has on any of its competitors. But on top of that, at least in the EU, but also in the Western world, Google is the Google AdSense is basically has monopolistic tendencies, and the EU, I believe I've heard rumors about this, is going to say to Google, you can either have market share on the browser or on AdSense. You can't have both. Basically, otherwise we're going to consider you to be a monopoly. And so Google will find that having the ad revenue, which is their big money maker, is more important than the browser. And so you may see them have less of a promotion of their browser, and that's going to give perhaps I've heard OpenAI and its Atlas browser an opportunity to become a major market leader in the browser world because OpenAI is going to have the opportunity to have AI integrated into the browser. So that's something to perhaps watch in maybe the next decade or so if that actually ends up happening. But essentially what I'm saying here is even courts are starting to recognize that these companies are becoming monopolies or have become monopolies. I mean, this goes back to the Microsoft debate in the 1990s where there was with Internet Explorer and the default browser there, and considering that to be, and you know, it's one of these things that how are you going to be able to compete? Jeff launched a security company, many years ago or so, and I bet it'd be a lot more expensive to do it today. Is that not correct, Jeff?
Catching up some messages. I had my mute mic. I mean, it's probably a little bit of both. I mean, I would say that with the advent of AI, there's a lot of things that would allow people to really start up things right now and spin up things that they couldn't do previously without a large development team and a large amount of venture capital. You know, if you have a little bit of money set aside and you have the will to learn, I mean, you can really do some amazing things right now. Granted, you know, there's a little bit of controversy between, vibe coding and using Claude Bot, for example, and things of that nature versus true devs and developers. But you got to realize there's a lot of people that can't either afford real developers or get their availability because they're busy or, again, have the funding for it. So a lot to be said right now in this particular time in history, especially for the past 6 weeks of the introduction of Claude Bot, aka OpenClaw, aka the additional names. So it's exciting times right now. And I want to mention one thing, Rabbi, that I didn't get to get in there that I agreed with on your point of the pay to play, or I like to call it, not eating your own dog food, meaning the constant policies that are implemented, they don't affect the top tier. They don't. The bottom line isn't necessarily, I would say, that they're creating something that's pay to play. What it is, it's a lot like what happened with the NFT thing we were just looking at from these other development guys. They've been in development for 6 to 9 months, looking at the same platform day in and day out, probably 16 hours a day, but they can't see. They can't see what they can't see, meaning they can only see, it's very, the human mind, as far as what I'm saying is you can only see, even if you're reading something that's a different word, your mind still, unfortunately, picks it up as that way that you thought that it always was when it's not. But what I'm saying is, security people that are enforcing policy, whether it be law, whether it be the security controls on these social media platforms and things of that nature that you're talking about, they're just not realizing what they've done. They don't have any visibility into it because they're not required. That checkbox that says basically apply the security policy across the board, the leaders are immune to that. There are no checkbox there, so they don't know that's happening. So what I'm trying to say is the little guys down below, they're not saying to the upper level because they're too afraid. They're afraid of losing their job. They're not going to ever speak up. That's the problem we have with society. They rather just go with the flow and keep quiet so they don't lose their job or rock the boat. And that's why we're in the state that we're in. Instead of somebody speaking up, like me, speaking up what the true problems are, and we're allowing that to get up to the level of the CEO. Because I tell you what, the CEO has no idea that his policies or security policies are completely different from everybody down below because he just doesn't know. How would he know?
It's an excellent point. I'm in many subreddits of people who are currently suing these major companies, either Google or Facebook. And the general process is, let's say you've lost your Instagram account and you had a business on Instagram, and now not only do you not have access to any of your followers, but none of your pictures, and you've lost your business. So there are some people who are suing Meta, and Meta basically just has a boilerplate letter that they send to you. You can try to sue them in small claims court, and essentially immediately, this has happened dozens of times, I've read it dozens of times, the judge immediately dismisses the case, and then you have to basically sue in federal court. And if you're familiar, that's extremely expensive to do. So only a few people have been able to actually take them to court, and this is all just to get back your Instagram account that was like a foodie account. It's really because of a either a mistake or some kind of AI oversight or whatever it may be, you lost your account, and there's no accountability at Meta, and Meta doesn't want to admit that they're wrong. So what they do is they may allow you to get your account back, but they accept no wrongdoing. And this
silent recovery. I mean, you are able to log in again, no messages, no anything, any message will be liability. So yeah, silent recovery, that's very important. Absolutely. That's the ability to do it.
Absolutely. And what we're moving toward is a system where only a handful of companies have really control over the entire internet. And what do I mean by that? You basically need servers to be able to store your data. And if you don't own the servers like Alphabet or Amazon with Amazon Web Servers or Meta, then you have to pay one of those companies, and there are only a handful of them that can afford these types of servers, for their services. And that means even in times where a company that may be a competitor of Meta or Amazon or Alphabet basically has to pay their competition in order to stay active. I know about 2 years ago, Elon Musk did an interview. This is when Twitter, its headquarters was in San Francisco, and they were going to move away from the Bay Area because of all of the different difficulties to do business in the state of California. And he said the first thing that he wanted to do was lower operating costs at Twitter. And they had, I believe, $100 million a month bill to Google's server system. And he just said that was just unbelievable that he was having to pay this giant bill every single month to, in many ways, a competitor or a very similar entity. So what did he have to do? Either find other places to host the data, or perhaps create his own set of servers. But basically, at the end of the day, the data has to be stored somewhere. And if you're not working for one of these monoliths of Amazon, Oracle, Alphabet, or one of those, then you're going to end up having to pay them. And eventually, they're going to raise the price on the service to a point that you won't be able to afford it. And if you play this out long enough, this scenario, then you end up into a corporatocracy, which is where we really are moving more towards, where you're just going to have maybe a handful of companies that have an agreed upon monopoly in these different systems, and they're happy about it. And you have no control. If you ever want to compete, you have to pay them. And then if they ever see that you're becoming competitive, then they're just going to raise the prices on you. It's what I'm saying is it's a no-win game. We're at basically the point of no return to be able to compete with some of these. And it's just really an unfortunate situation. And unless somebody speaks up, and I don't know who that's going to be, because even the biggest creators now, Mr. Beast or iShowSpeed, or they're not big enough to be able to take on these organizations. And there's no politician out there who's really running on this type of advocacy to be able to revise the system. And I don't really know where we're headed, but for sure. But I can tell you that we've moved a lot away from freedom on the internet into these, a lot of restriction of speech and restriction of just behavior. And I can see that trend in continuing to the point where you're running into what people say is the dead internet theory, where everything is just bots. Basically, the only people who have any interaction are just liking something or reposting something. There's no real creative entity behind the internet anymore. And then that's where we see the end of the internet. Frankly, I do my best to be the anti-dead internet theory. I'm live all the time. All my content is 100% authentic and 100% organic. And I'm going to do that as long as I absolutely can. And I have to be the advocate for these types of beliefs. I absolutely will be, because there's no person on the internet right now, and perhaps in the world, who has gone through, perhaps I would say, more with these organizations. But then we have someone in here like Alberto, who actually has been prosecuted over these things unfairly. So I know I'm not alone. I know I'd be able to build allies, and perhaps a group of people can one day speak out about this. But really, if you all recognize, and I think we do, that this is a world where the internet is heading down a dark place, where freedom of speech and freedom of expression is really constrained, and it's all about money.
Yeah, hearing you was crazy. The other thing that we found people started getting notification from the police to go to talk to a prosecutor. There was a first case was a person, 74-year-old man, who, he was called because he posted that living in Cuba was like living in hell or something like that. And he was called because of that tweet. Oh my God. And then other people started doing that. Oh my God. Because something that was interesting, first of all, the procedure, I mean, how come they identify those people? Most of the people, if you see a tweet, the police monitor Twitter, they see a tweet with certain content. For example, I tweet, I have access to the president's email account. Okay, they cannot come to my house. It's Alberto Kim come to my house. That is not clearly admissible evidence, or should be illegal. It can be, but okay, I printed a copy of that tweet, screenshot. That's work. They have to have a prosecutor asking a child to have an order to send to X, in order for X to send the information regarding the accountability of that tweet in particular, and making sure that the person who made that, or the location of that person is accurate, and then they can proceed. That's necessary. But otherwise, without investigation, calling a person for posting something like that is stupid, and including something that would consider defamation or something that was here at least falling into any criminal code law. If you're saying something about a person that is defamation, aggravated, that's here something that is crime. But no, it's stupid going into politics. How certain countries in the politics. So that's stupid, and that's happened to a lot of people. And I actually made a lot of content regarding that, both in English and Spanish, to make the world aware of what's going on here. Holy shit. And then that creates a chilling effect. If that's people that was completely trending here for days, so that everybody was seeing in Europe what happened in that. So the chilling effect means that everybody would stop tweeting what they said themselves. They would be very careful when it comes to tweeting, because they wouldn't actually wanted to be having to have a policeman going to your house to give you a notification to go to a prosecutor. So that's terrible. There's not to there's some censorship here. It's really terrible. I really was hoping this guy was going to be a competition for Twitter. Unfortunately, as now, it is here. For me at least, it's not. I feel really like nothing to do with user experience. I feel like completely disconnected from everybody in the sky. There are no spaces. In fact, there was blue skies that was working pretty well. It's nothing competing actually with Twitter. So we don't have many options left. Any of us. That's
Absolutely, I'm in agreement with you. I expected more out of Blue Sky. I was a heavy Blue Sky user. Like I said, I had 5,000 accounts. Their CEO knows who I am. I am someone who feels that these companies should move faster. I use this example often, but no one in here, to my knowledge, has heard me say it. But we have X, which was bought for $44 billion. And has actually regressed on some of the features that they have. You used to be able to have anybody live stream at any given time. Well, now you have to have a premium account to be able to live stream. that kills 99% of your user base who's going to be able to produce live IRL content. And I understand that Elon Musk is saying, well, it's because there are high costs to that. But I say to him, he's worth $800 billion. This is literally a drop in the bucket for him to be able to have this feature. Another very interesting one, in order to be able to be on an X space and be on video, you have to have an iOS device, and it's been this way since around March of 2024. Why don't you have the same ability on Android? The fact that the apps don't match and that the capabilities don't match after more than 2 years is shows laziness in the development of the company and the development of the systems. I think that since Elon Musk has taken over, X has really not changed that much. And I expected more out of it. I expected something like a Discord where you could have multiple people in video calls. There's been none of that, no plans to do anything like that. It's really just the basics that we're seeing here. And they have no competition, so they don't have anybody motivating them to make the systems better. And it's really, it's absolutely unfortunate from that perspective. And just another perspective that I feel is unfortunate is the fact that we as a user base have to be satisfied with this. We have X. If you don't like X, go to Blue Sky. If you don't like Blue Sky, go to Mastodon. If you don't like Mastodon, go to Trump. I'll go to Truth Social. But they're all basically the same. There isn't one really good system that you're able to use. And to Alberto's point on the element of the authoritarianism that occurs with these companies for what you post. I remember, and perhaps, I'm recording this all right now. It was 3,000 people last year in the UK, and it's only increased to now more than 6,000 people who've been arrested for things that they posted on the internet, which just, I don't know, 20 years ago would have been just seen as just a pipe dream. You got arrested for posting a meme? It's just like, come on, that's a joke. Get out of here. But that's actually happening, and now it's starting to spread in the United States. And that's how things happen. The United States court system is based on the British court system, which is based on the Roman system. But basically, once something gets passed within the UK, many times, and there's a lot, especially on the East Coast of the United States, a lot of people who are either married to people from the UK or have interactions with people in the UK, and there becomes this understanding you can be arrested for something that you posted online. And then people start to think, oh, okay, well, it's okay over there, maybe it'd be okay here. And I know that there have been hundreds of people now who have been arrested in the United States for things that they've posted, or even just had the police come to their house. People come in. If you would have told me 10 years ago that the police would come to your house because of a comment that you made on somebody's Instagram post, but I and most of America would have laughed at you. But that's becoming a reality today. And something else that I've seen recently are police coming to people's homes to enforce terms and conditions of platforms. Now, I'm not talking about laws. I'm talking about terms and conditions that are essentially created by lawyers and general counsels of these platforms, be it Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, whatever, and the police basically being an arm of the corporatocracy coming to people's homes saying, hey, did you know that you did ban evasion and that this goes against the terms and conditions? If I can see within the next 5 or 10 years, violations of the terms and conditions of a platform will be seen as a violation of the law. And that is, in my opinion, unconscionable that we have corporate systems that are creating essentially laws and they have no accountability. It's not like you can go to your local councilman or your local representative or your senator or anyone to be able to fight these, or to be able to give your input, because you don't have that kind of representation at Meta or at Amazon or at Alphabet. And that's this really scary time. That's why I know with my project what I'm doing. I don't just stream on one platform. I do my best to multi-stream. So I use what's called Rumble Studio that basically allows me to multi-stream on like 30 different platforms simultaneously. So if any one of these services says, Rabbi, we don't want you streaming on us on our platform anymore, which some of them have. That's okay. All of my streams are already backed up on all of the other platforms, and it would literally take an entire team of people, long periods of time, to be able to erase me from the internet. That's what I'm doing. But I recognize that this is the wild, wild west of the internet, and we're moving towards a day where if you lose your Instagram account, you just can't create another one, or if you lose your Twitter account, you just can't create another one. I know one of the things that Twitter even advertises when you're creating an account, it says need another account, create an account here. Okay, well, like they're endorsing basically having multiple accounts, but in a perhaps the not too distant future, you will have one account. You will only be able to have one account. You have to make sure that you toe the line with that account, or you will lose it, and you will not have the ability to make another account. You can't use a VPN. You can't use an alternate. It will be considered ban evasion, and if you do somehow come into possession of an account while you're under a period of this ban, you may have a knock at the door of the authorities saying, why are you doing this? One last thing I'd like to say on this topic, as you can tell, I'm extremely passionate about it, is the idea of permanency of bans. Look, you have people who have raped people in this world, and they don't have lifetime bans. They're not in jail for life. You have people who have committed manslaughter or even murder. They don't have lifetime bans. They might have gone to jail for 25 years or 30 years or 40 or 45 years, but eventually, because they have served their time, they are allowed back into society and do their best to become positive members again, no matter what it is they do. Not in the case of Facebook, because you posted something that even Facebook might have thought at the time was controversial and may have come back and said that they were wrong to have that policy because of some kind of medical opinion you may have had or some kind of political opinion you may have. You're gone for the rest of time. You have a permanent ban. There is no, we will reevaluate this in 1 year or 3 years or 5 years. There's none of that. And I think that's really unfortunate as well, that we basically have stricter penalties for what you do online than what you have for criminal punishment. And that's really unfortunate that you can do some heinous things, but even society says that you should be given a second chance after you have paid your debt to society, but not Facebook, not Twitter, not Meta, Alphabet, Amazon. If you mess up with them one time, you cannot create another account, and if you do, it's considered ban evasion. That is really unbelievable to me. The fact that if you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed to create another one. It's considered ban evasion, but yet you could punch someone in the face, go to jail for 5 years, and then you could, be basically a positive member of society eventually if given enough time. But you couldn't create a YouTube account. That's ridiculous to me. I mean, to just use this example, if you were on YouTube and you, let's say, held up a bank while live streaming, you might go to jail for 25 years, but eventually you're going to be let out and eventually allowed back in society. But your YouTube account would have been permanently banned, and you would not be able to use that again, even 25 years later. That's ridiculous to me. That basically Meta has more power over you than the laws of your jurisdiction. That's ridiculous. The idea of permanency of bans, to me, needs to be reevaluated. It should be 1 year, and then perhaps it can be reconsidered, or they could continue the ban. But the fact that because somebody made a decision 5 years ago that you shouldn't have an account, maybe it was AI, maybe it's someone who doesn't even work there anymore, means that you cannot contribute in an online forum. That's ridiculous to me. Thank you for letting me contribute that.
I want to do something. But I am moving like you. The content I am collecting, I am processing, I am using videos, I am using LinkedIn, Twitter, I am using YouTube, I am using Rumble, I am using content for broadcasting, all the platforms available. Yeah, distributing that. Okay, they can delete it from one place, something, but delete it from everyone with complicated. But yeah, the case of the account of people in the social, for example, here in Australia, I don't know, there are people that are content creators that have spent like, I don't know, 10 years of their life working on a daily basis with content. And then in one space where I was creating a workshop about how to be secure social network, I told them, imagine every Monday or my birthday to write up and your Twitter is some content. I mean, think about the time, all the content, all the time I have spent in that account. I mean, in terms of time, my network is years and years of your life that you spend there. And suddenly you spend it, and then you really like to make that application say, the reason you violate the terms without the family calculation of the family. I need to know exactly which point you violated. I think right now I saw one case only, but normally it's just something that you wonder, what the hell did I violate? Okay, maybe I changed to actually correct something, maybe, but yeah, I did something that I shouldn't have posted, but me, already has severity of that, and give the person the possibility of actually taking action that's correct what the person would. Okay, if that person keeps doing the same 10 times, we have to ask you, they can find your account. Too many people that are doing things that involve money very rapidly. They have the account flooded because some other people hand it over to have 300 users report their account within a time frame of a few minutes, and that automatically triggers an account being suspended automatically without any human interaction, unless you have more than 20 or 25,000 followers. Yeah, nobody will get that. You have the power to have 300 people reporting an account within 2 minutes. That's it. And the person that happens to account. And then, okay, appealing another person goes back. And then it's very, very devastating.
Most certainly is. And there is a pay-to-play element in the influencer world as well, a major one, especially with botting. If you know, basically any influencer who has 1 million or more followers, chances are most of them are botted. And what was done is, I mean, I can give you the websites and I can tell you how much it is for 10,000 X followers or 100,000 X followers or even 1 million X followers. There are services that will repost immediately when you post. And these services are allowed by the people who run the platforms, even though they say that they don't allow them. They know that those individuals, many times who can afford these types of botting services, will be major influencers, and they want those influencers on their platform. But if you were really to dig into how much interaction their posts are getting organically, it's basically nothing. And that's what happens with many of these celebrity influencers and many of these influencers that you're going to find on YouTube, just basically on YouTube. But what is really unfortunate is that makes someone who has quality content, who doesn't bot themselves, basically invisible to the common person. And there is a way to be able to censor people using the system. So basically, the powers that be say, in order for anybody to get on the trending or whatever, they're going to have, let's say, 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, or whatever it is that they feel the number is to be adequate. And let's say one of those people accidentally says the wrong thing or says something that goes against whatever it may be. Well, all of a sudden, they're going to lose their account. And all you have to do is do that to a few people, and everyone will understand what the message is, and they won't touch that subject anymore, or they won't perhaps make videos or content on that anymore. And then the only people who are trending on your website are people who are towing the line for whatever it is that you essentially want. And the people who may be creating excellent content but just are doing so organically are never going to be seen. They're never going to get on the front page, and they're going to be basically invisible. And that's what you want them to be, as the owner of the site, or perhaps as some type of governmental body. Another point that comes to mind, at least, and it happened on X, when we heard about the Twitter files, when Elon Musk bought Twitter, and we saw all the suppression of certain influencers from whatever their political leanings may have been. They were banned under the Jack Dorsey regime. And then all of a sudden, we got to see how Twitter actually worked. But there were no consequences against Jack Dorsey. He got to go start, help to fund Blue Sky, and basically take the technology. I don't understand this one. As I understand, he helped to create Blue Sky. He basically had it as a side project at X. X gets bought, and then he just takes the technology and creates a competitor. And how that's considered legal, I have no idea. We saw it with YouTube, with medical misinformation. You could not say anything you can't say to drink 8 glasses. I think this was an example. You couldn't say drink 8 glasses of water on Twitter, or pardon me, on YouTube, without getting a medical misinformation strike during the height of the pandemic. And then YouTube reversed its course on that a few years later and said, well, maybe you can say more things, but who knows, if we get into another pandemic, they may tighten down on everything. But that doesn't help the hundreds, if not thousands, of medical experts who lost their YouTube accounts, of people who lost their followings, of people who lost their content. It's an incredible, an incredibly unfair system. And to me, as I analogize this, it's like when you're an influencer, you are climbing a mountain. And as you climb the mountain, at any given time, someone can push you off the edge, basically ban your account, and you have to start all the way at the bottom again. And it's incredibly difficult to do. It's incredibly frustrating to do. And if you're big enough, they'll just make sure that you're completely removed from the platform altogether. And there are so few alternatives that you don't really have anywhere to turn. So that's why we see so many mainstream people refusing to ever veer in any direction that isn't the mainstream centrist belief, for fear of being pushed off that mountain. And as a small-time creator, as I know I am, I have found that, people ask me all the time, Rabbi, how many people are watching me right now? Well, on one of my streams, maybe 3. But if you combine all of my streams, it's like 120 or so. But here's the thing. They don't know about each other, so they don't realize that I'm much bigger than I am. Same with Discord, same with Twitter. And I don't have a way to combine all of the accounts into one. There isn't that kind of ability. And so people think that, oh, well, there are only 2 or 3 other people watching right now. That's not that much. That means that this person isn't that exciting, or they're not having great conversations, or whatever it is. When if they saw in combination, you've got, over 100 people, oh, well, then they feel like they're part of the community, and they're going to start typing and joining the Discord and going to the link tree and all of those other things. But because of the fragmentation that these websites force upon its user base, no one's ever going to know that. Though they will when one of the big creators is out there, one of the 1%. When it comes to Reddit, I think is a very interesting one. If you remember the early days of the internet, forums were very popular, very, very popular. There were dozens of forums out there. Today, very few forums. All of the forums have either been considered beacons of hate speech, or just didn't have the finances to continue. So everything moved into Reddit. And Reddit has it's basically owned by Condé Nast, and Sam Altman owns 10% of it. Most of ChatGPT's answers, something between 40 and 60% of all of ChatGPT's answers were developed from Reddit forums, and thus it's incredibly influential in terms of AI. And what you will find is if you ever get banned from Reddit, you're never going to have the opportunity to get your account back. If you learn who helps to run Reddit, the first person to 1 million karma is what they call it, is a very controversial account. Many people think that this may be the name of the account is Maxwell Hill, and many people think that that was Ghislaine Maxwell's, if you know who that is, her account. It was an incredibly influential account on Reddit. It moderated world news. It moderated quite a few other accounts. And if you look into the moderation system of Reddit, of the top 500 Reddit subreddits, over 100 of them share fewer than 5 of the same moderators. So what am I saying? Basically, the place where all of AI's information is being chosen is Reddit, and of Reddit, those moderators are very distinct, very limited amount of people, and no one knows who those people are. They are all anonymous, and I've read that Reddit is at a point where it doesn't necessarily want new users. It just wants the current users who are there, who are towing the line, who don't say anything controversial, and that's why it's very difficult if you ever get banned from Reddit to be able to create a new Reddit account, and there's a reason for that. The reason is because Reddit is so influential when it comes to AI and other areas of discourse that they don't want you as a user. And I think we're running into that in all of these platforms. YouTube may not want you as a user anymore. Nevertheless, you may think you have a right to it because it's so large in a utility and a way to express yourself, but YouTube might just not want you anymore. And Reddit may not want you anymore. And Instagram may not want you anymore. And these decisions are being made behind corporate boardrooms and general counsel offices, not being discussed and debated openly in your local legislatures or your national legislature. And I think it's really unfortunate the way that these systems are being run. And I know I covered a lot there, and love to hear anybody's opinion on it.
Yeah, I want to go and check speakers represented. It's honestly my frustration. I mean, many years ago, like 6 years ago, when I got probably 10,000 followers, my reach in Twitter was like 10 times more than now. Right now, my reach is really pathetic, and I mean, I am creating content all the time. Yeah, mainly because I'm creating content when it comes to my country, Europe, for example. Yeah, most of that is related to something that is contradicting the official narrative of certain things happening here. Most of the time it's about security, data breaches in the government. Well, okay, I have evidence that what the government is saying is not accurate. Yeah, so I'm really, really hard on that. I mean, I have no mercy on expressing that, supported by the evidence that I am posting, but my reach is 10 times. I mean, with 10,000 followers, I was having a Twitter reach of maybe, I don't know, 100,000 impressions in Twitter and average. Right now, I don't know, it's 10% of that for that. I don't know, I mean, if you have 40,000 followers, you assume that, okay, there are 40,000 people that are interested in what your content, and they're going to reach them. Well, in my case, today I posted some things. I think probably 300-400 people are impressions and most of them. So I understand. Not 40,000. There are lots of accounts that are bots that are not the people don't use it anymore. So yeah, the numbers doesn't I guess that nobody actually has only one Twitter account. I mean, I have many Twitter accounts. Of course, probably you have the most Twitter accounts in Twitter. I don't know, but everybody has an account, the main account, and then at least one alternative account. Other things, and incognito mode or whatever. So, yeah, that's our point. So, and the number of people in the platform that they are being reported, that is basically the value of the company is based on how much users they have and to put it as simple way. Okay, at least I would divide it by 2, but we have another Twitter account. I have 10 Twitter accounts created, so how many people have not 2 but 3 or 4 accounts on Twitter? I know the bots, oh my god. I start being informed about bots all the time. Accountants are always making bot accounts, but now with AI and accountants are AI people. Wow, I mean, what's the real number of users here? I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure that the numbers are pretty accurate, and the real number of users that are active on AI producing content, generating, adding value to the platform are much less than the number that Elon Musk has got $44 billion for 250,000 million users. I think it was probably many really somewhere 100,000 million. I don't know, but it's really I don't know, the activity here, shadow money, things like that. I'm probably, for example, in my case, I feel completely silent. I have been silent for some reason. Yeah, I need to say it. I try to share with the world things that, yeah, are contradicting the official reality that can be found anywhere else. At least to make people think about certain events, give them elements to get to analytically think about what's going on. I think it's really limited, and that's the usage, but still, that doesn't mean I will start doing that.
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, Rabbi, I don't share a lot or anything, but I'm shadow banned to the technology that you mentioned earlier across all the social media platforms. I only have 2. I'm unable to register on any platform. When I start the process, it immediately bans me, even before I can select my username, and it's some type of control that I don't know what it is, next generation control, and it's across all social media platforms that are using the exact same control. The generic message is simply something went wrong. That's what they all say, without going into any of the details. So it's unfortunate because, all this is happening behind the background, and I think really the only reason I'm here right now is because I created this account in 2013 and I never used it. I didn't use it at all. I came here 4 weeks ago and started to use the platform. I had 30 users. Now I'm nearing 500. So, I've got a great organic growth, I guess, rate going on. I don't know if that's good or bad. But in any event, I want to say something important is that it does deflate a person, like you were saying earlier, when you work and build all these things up, especially on platforms where I had 1 million followers and those accounts were closed with no reason, no response whatsoever back to anyone, just crickets, they won't respond. I reached out to it was either Instagram or another platform, explain the situation, told them, hey, I'm just trying to register an account. And they're like, well, our system detected it because one of the things is just the creation of the account apparently is strange. Even though I've never had any social media, it's just strange, which in itself is strange. So they looked at the logs and they see that it was, shouldn't have been done, and the automation did it wrong, and they felt for me and whatever, and they're putting in an appeal, for me or whatever, but then don't hear back. That was weeks ago when I came here, but it's just, a lot of people that are open and sharing their thoughts to really what's going on in this world are being shut down. And I have this account and one other that's a business. That's all I got. Anyway, and then back to one more thing that you were saying, and shit, it was so important. Damn it, it's the main thing that I wanted to talk on, and I don't remember it now, but if you could jog my memory of the last thing you just said, it'd be helpful.
Was that Alberto or me?
You, the last thing you said.
Certainly. Okay, so I covered Reddit and its importance with AI and such. I covered YouTube and just influencers in general buying followers. Alberto covered impressions and then we talked about as well just the oligarchy, basically changing the terms of conditions of the corporatocracy, changing and technocracy, changing the terms of the conditions, and basically having police forces enforce those like they are laws. Those were some of the topics that we mentioned. I don't know if that triggered your memory at all, but if not, I did it, or if not, we
someone amount of real users in the platform convinced, completely unreal number and manage and exposure, and he has the number recorded of users is completely not reflecting.
It's an absolute joke, Alberto. And this discussion here is a really important discussion. And guess what? We've got 6 people listening to it. And if you go to the Twitter search, you won't find it. You'll have to find a specific search term, but it's not like listed. And if you all want to know the best website for spaces, it's known as spacesdashboard.com. I don't know if anybody's ever been to it, but it is what X needs to be. It lists all the spaces in order of largest to smallest or most recent to longest duration. It lists all of the people who are in each space, how big their listenership is, when the last time they hosted a space. So it has all kinds of data in there. But you'll never see that on X. X shows you like a random just like 12 or 15, and that's it. You don't know, probably, and a lot of people don't know, there are over 1,000 English speaking spaces going on right now, but we'll never be able to communicate with each other because you're not buying the space. And it's so obvious. And I know, Alberto, you've seen it. You see it every single day because I've seen you in a lot of spaces over years. You and I both know you'll go into a space that says it's got 250 people, and then you only see like 8 little icons, and then at the bottom it says, yeah. Absolutely. Please go ahead. Yes.
So I wanted to say that if you think about all these social media platforms, and they're all government controlled, et cetera, but here's the thing. We've got all of these great minds. I mean, we have great minds in this room. We have a great dev in this room that's listening to in this space. Extremely smart gentleman. We have the resources available to us to network with, to rebuild these platforms and do it at a fraction of the cost. It's going to take time and all that kind of thing, but it makes me, I've always wondered, why can't we rebuild any of these platforms? We literally have millions of people out of work. They have the skills necessary. We can give them incentives and stock options or whatever. We just need a leader to lead some of the development and spearheading, some of these things. What I'm saying is, if you think about my scenario, which again I haven't shared, but I'll share with you and the 6 users, and then in the future, the millions of followers and hopefully billions of listeners that you get. I've been out of work and I'm having difficulty getting back happened to the job market due to the whole ATS process. It's just completely broken. We need to turn that whole process on its head, and we need to make a site where everybody comes to us where the talent is, and that's how the talent pool works going forward. Instead of always following this bullshit that doesn't work, we need to build these platforms. So how do we do that? Well, we have the people. Like I said, we've got the people. It's, people are out of work. They've got the time. Obviously they're looking for a job. The job market is broken. There are people doing 5,000 interviews a year, including 5,000 resume rewrites, 5,000 cover letters, 5,000 calendar and rescheduling things, probably happening a million times to get the interview set up, followed by AI interview. It's just pointless. It's like you said about the dead internet theory. It's so true. Before even AI, over half of the internet traffic was already proven to be dead internet theory of bots. And now we've got this dead slop content we're watching. It is so draining and so non-motivating, so non-high vibrational that it can't do anything probably but to bring the human psyche down, as a whole. But in closing, what I'm saying is we have the talent. We need to create a talent pool, and they can't hire anyone unless they come to us to get the talent. And if we change the way the world operates and we create platforms to take it away from these minor few that control the whole world, why don't we? We're the ones that create it anyway. We're just getting a paycheck from the major corporations. It's not even enough money to do it anyway. It doesn't make sense. It's like anything. It's like the poison of the food that we're eating, or all of the things. Stand up as a nation, stop the bullshit, and recreate and make it right again, and make America great again. Anyway, I'll have a plane.
It's been made not by the owner of the company or the company. No, the decision will be made by consensus, by other users, and by the people that are the users of the platform are the ones who make the decision of what to do and decentralize. Like blockchain decentralization is going to happen. Then the question is to be how to move the people to here, because you can build alternative to it. For example, master means pretty nice user interface, but it's totally different from each user. And decentralization and people are in control of the system. No corporations, no people that are billionaires or billionaires, no government, no decentralized systems where the control and decisions are made by the user.
In terms of Jeff's points about the ATS, the applicant tracking system, I can tell you when, unfortunately, I've become somewhat independently wealthy to be able to pursue my goals of my project. But when I was in the workforce, I'm a certified project management professional, and I did well with a startup, essentially, and I have the background. I was able to launch a very successful app on the App Store and Google Play. But even thereafter, getting contracts, I found that I had to apply far more than what the average person would think that you would need to apply for a job. So a lot of people think, well, I applied for 10 jobs today. That's great. And frankly, that to me is a joke. You need to apply for like 200 to 400 jobs a day. And if you're like, well, that's impossible to do, it's not. With one click apply, it's really possible. You can set up bots of your own to be able to do this automatically for you. If you want help, I can help you to do it. Basically, use the automation system to your advantage, where the bot, just using a Windows computer, absolutely free, will recognize where the applicant like apply button is, the shape of the apply button, the color of the apply button, and only click the apply buttons for you. You can use these to your advantage, and basically make it about quantity, not necessarily quality, because as you know, and it's not the way of the old days where you work really hard on one resume and one cover letter and apply to one job and you get that job. No, if you check on many of the recruiting and job finding subreddits, people are having to apply to at least 1,000 jobs to be able to just get some interviews and certainly to get an offer. And they don't always accept the offer. In the old days, you might apply for 10, 20, 30 jobs, and you're going to get a few offers. Today, it's 20, 200, 300, 400, 500 jobs just to get an interview. I know, though, that it's a system that you can use to your advantage. You can automate things on your own. You can also go to AI and say, I want you to match keywords to basically beat the ATS system, and make sure to use the standard headings that recruiters are looking for. Use clean fonts. Ensure that you're using the correct file type. Use all of those things to your advantage. Now, let's say you do all of that and you're still not getting hired. I would say, okay, how many jobs did you apply for a day? And if you don't say 100, then I'm going to say that I'm not saying you aren't trying, but you could try harder. You could literally sit and watch Netflix and just hit apply all day long on ZipRecruiter, on Indeed, and on LinkedIn. And you're going to have some opportunities. Somebody's going to send you an email saying, hey, I saw that you had applied to this job. And especially, I'm sure with some of the background information that you've shared, that they're going to be interested in you. Additionally, I think a really underutilized but excellent resource is to get with a headhunter. That's so key. Some people may say, I don't want to use a recruiting agency because I don't want to give up part of my salary. Well, guess what? If these organizations are able to get you a $300,000 a year job, but they want $50,000 of it, and you're going to make $250,000 a year, most people will say that's not that bad of a deal for me. I'm going to be able to provide for my family and such. But you shouldn't give up. But if you aren't applying for not just dozens but hundreds of jobs a day, I'm going to say that the numbers are against you, because there are people out there who are. In terms of the overall ATS, the career landing system, it has changed. As we know, everything is automated. Networking has become really important. I'm sure that you said you've gotten millions of followers on different platforms, so I'm not teaching you anything that you don't know. But you need to make sure that your LinkedIn has followers, that you have connections, that you have a really great photo. Just basically things that a recruiter is going to want to be able to see. But then again, the best advice I could give you, and if it's a surprise, don't let it be. If you apply to 10,000 jobs and you think that's too many, I don't. I think that's what's starting to take. At least if you look in these subreddits of how difficult it is. But certainly don't give up. But if you haven't run your resume through AI to ensure that you're matching the keywords that ATS systems are looking for, you need to be. I help people do this. It's just out of the goodness of my heart. I get a lot of people who come to me and say, Rabbi, I am a developer. I'm in the third world and I don't have any opportunity, but I've got the skill set. Okay, great. Did you ever run your resume through ChatGPT and ensure that it is has I call it like career keyword enhancement. No, I've never done that. I just wrote it the way that I wanted to write it. Well, make sure that you do that. ChatGPT can be your ally in this. And then I ask people, how many jobs did you apply for today? And they'll be like, oh, well, like 3. Okay, that's fine. But because these systems have one-click apply, you can literally be doing something else and just have the system work for you. You just have to hit the button or create a bot to hit the button, and it will apply for 200, 300, 400 jobs for you a day. And if you do that for a month, you've got to think that that's something like anywhere between 12 and 15,000 jobs that you may be applying for over the course of a month. That's far more than your average individual. You make it about quantity, and you're going to have recruiters who are in your inbox and hitting up your phone and wanting you to get your dream job. I don't know if any of that information is helpful, but the one thing that I can say is no matter how many jobs that you think you're applying to, it's not enough, because that's how cutthroat it is out there today.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing, Rabbi. It's good information, but I got to be honest, it's not good enough. The system's broken. To hear you say, or anybody to think that's listening, that it makes logical sense that you need to apply for 15,000 jobs to get an offer. It's ridiculous. I mean, these headhunters, these managers in charge of hiring and things of that nature, they don't even understand what's going on. And to your point of what you're saying or what you're mentioning, I think it would be contributing more to the problem than anything, because if everyone's following that same methodology, these job postings that get listed, people underqualified, people are overqualified, and they're being, you're saying to apply for anything. No, I mean, you could apply for jobs, you're talking to 200,000, 250 tax or 250 salary range, but if you're applying to everything, you're going to get 40,000 for, 500,000.
Yo, what up? How are you?
It doesn't make any sense.
Amazing, my man. How'd you find out about me?
We need to change it and fix it. It was.
Excellent, my friend. I'm in the middle of a conversation right now. I'd love to talk with you. Can you just be patient with me for a second?
Please come work for me. I've got this hot position. I need to fill it, whatever. None of that happens anymore. It's not a lack of networking. I mean, my entire LinkedIn profile is made pretty much mainly of recruiters and networking with recruiters all my life. But I don't know, something's happened. Recruiters are not recruiting anymore. And everyone's applying for these jobs, like you're saying, all at the same time. Those jobs completely fill, so you can't take any more applicants, and then they don't hire anyone. You know why? Probably because they're all overqualified or underqualified. They don't meet any of the requirements. The salary range or whatever requirements don't match, because they're doing probably what you say out of desperation.
Well, I'm in agreement with you, Jeff. This is not the way that it should be, and nor do I endorse it. What I'm saying is, if everybody else is gaming the system, you have to do so as well. But do I think this is the way that it should be? No. Do I think it's efficient? No. I think that this is a combination of factors, I'm sure, has to do with AI replacement of positions. It has to do with a lot of these companies are literally just data collectors. So they'll put out a position and have no intention to hire anyone for it, but they'll get 5,000 people who apply to it, and that's a lot of data that they can parse. And I know that this the ATS these systems were created to perhaps make recruiters' jobs easier, but in many ways it has just created a system where who can cheat the best, who can ensure that their resume looks perfect, and who can ensure that their previous experience matches the current requirements for the position. And are they really the best person? Absolutely not. Do they have the most amount of experience? Absolutely not. Are they the right candidate? No, not in reality, but they are on paper, and that's the person who's getting the job. So I did want to clarify. I don't think this is the best way to do for the system to currently be the current state of the system, but it is what it is. And And one other thing, I didn't mean that you should just apply for every single position that's out there. No, of course there are filters that should be utilized, and of course there are, you know, whatever your salary range is or your the required experience. I mean, but basically what I am saying is that anything that meets your salary and your background and is a job that you would want, you should ensure that you're applying for it. And there are a lot of jobs out there, at least that get posted. But I completely understand it. It has gotten much more difficult post pandemic, and I think it'll continue to get more difficult in terms of the um, the competition that's out there because people's positions are getting replaced. On an unrelated topic, one thing that I wanted to mention about what Alberto said and led me to start the discussion of is the botting of these different platforms. And as you know, this is a great conversation, but because Jeff's account isn't one of these mega accounts, and because he is not boosting this space, then nobody's going to hear these types of really excellent conversations. Yet, someone who wants to spend a little bit of money to get 200 listeners randomly for 15 minutes or whatever to game the system, they're going to do that just so that they get their boosts and they ensure that their space rises to the top. And that's not how the system should work in this case either. It's really unfortunate. You've got quality here, but because of the way the system is set up, it's just not going to ever. It's not, at least under the current conditions, people aren't going to see it. They're not going to have the visibility. You know, I was a user of Facebook when it first started in its first year, 2004. It launched February 2nd, 2004. I was a user that year. Mark Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends. These are the very early days of social media, at least from a Facebook perspective. And if anybody used Facebook in its early days, there was no algorithm. It was a chronological list of what your friends had posted. And that is such a better way for social media to be organized. When you get into the algorithm, you get into people who are curating what they think you want to see. I don't care what you think I want to see. I want to see what my friends have posted. I want to be able to delve into that. If you want to throw a random thing in there every once in a while, that's fine. But I want to be able to go back literally like a timeline and see what everyone has posted. And when social media acted that way, it was so much more beneficial than what you're getting today. And the pay for play system that is admitted on these websites, X especially, it says we will not show your um your tweets or whatever you want to call them, your posts to anyone outside your friend group if you don't have a blue check mark. So I basically know, and I don't use X to get tons of retweets or interaction or anything. I know that my voice carries very far in these spaces and people know who I am, and I know the 3,000 people who follow me are real organic people who I've connected with. I don't have to worry about them, you know, necessarily being botted or anything like that. But then I also know that if I were to tweet something, nobody's ever going to see it, and X admits that. And basically, if you want to have more of a reach, you have to pay more money. That's not how the system should work, but it's an unfortunate element of it today. And another really interesting thing that Alberto said, 10 years ago when he would post something and he only had 10,000 followers, which is still a lot of people, and he gets so much more interaction on that. I completely agree with him. I'm sure you all have seen your timelines recently, or even the last few years. It's literally like people screwing things in, or it's something stolen from Reddit, or it's literally just like some hot girl in front of a car getting interviewed or something like that. And you go to the comments, and the comments are completely unrelated. They're for crypto and they're for gambling websites, and they're many times in languages that you don't know, you don't even care about. There's no way to filter the comments. There's no way to say like the most recent to the top or the most upvoted to the top. It's just this random mishmash of what's going on, and it's really unfortunate. It makes there's a reason why people make fun of X and some of these other platforms as well, because of the lack of features that they have. I personally am a giant advocate for filters. I love the filters. The more filters, the better. I want to be able to view by most recent. I want to be able to view by user interactions. I want to be able to view by the amount of people who have upvoted or perhaps downvoted if that's an option, or reposts. I want to be able to see region if possible, or whatever it may be. Let me make those decisions. Don't just show me what you think I want to see. It's really unfortunate when it does that. It's really unfortunate that the that there isn't some. I'm sure some developers out there working at X or any of these companies, because I've been one, who says, "Hey, why don't we put a filter system in that's more than what we currently have?" Yes, it can say cryptocurrency or whatever, but we need to have more specifics. I want to be able to give a time range, or I want to be able to give the most popular tweets of the day, or whatever it may be. And many times these people's ideas are shot down because there are other more prudent or perhaps more pending tasks that they have to address. But at the end of the day, it makes for a poor user experience. And I completely understand what Alberto's saying with the lack of engagement that you get. If you do get anything, it's many times just some random bot that is just upvoting your things. If you ever look at the messages that you have that are like the not verified messages or whatever, it's literally just a list of like OnlyFans bots, and that's a poor user experience. Nobody wants to be on a website where they feel like they are not necessarily being valued, or their hard work isn't being valued. So I wanted to say that I empathize certainly, Jeff, with what you're saying and the difficulties of finding the position. Then also Alberto with what you're saying and the lack of engagement that you get on quality posts. And even you, somebody who has probably a top 1% account on X with 40,000 followers or whatever, you finding that having 4 times the amount of followers in 2026 is less engagement than you had when you had 10,000 followers in 2016. Is that not correct?
It's very great discussion. That's amazing, man. What are my alternatives? There's no competition. There's no competition. I'm still here criticizing the player, but it's not a main player thing. Yeah, I mean, I have to find those situations when I have this character of the service doing reach where you have this live your tweets and okay, the retweet at the account, to the account, how many people are having following this account, yeah, about 100,000 impressions per week, 100,000. Right now, I have the best I had was like 800 impressions per week. That's really important in the community. Oh, that was I created a social security community in Twitter. I was running that to creating before. It was nothing to provide. Yeah, there are 10,000 members. In theory, the Twitter can be treated I advocate to the community charity. My tenants of the region should be all my followers and all the members of the security community are supposed to be seeing that on the field. Okay, so you should be more than only the reach of my followers. When I bring a tweet to the community, every 24 hours, okay, every person in the community gets a notification of there's a new tweet posted in the security community, so they get notified. In the notification, they see that, okay, I don't know why the number, I don't know why that number is low. I am just happy and they have the positive things that I haven't been suspended yet because they have played with fire. I'm really aware that the country I post is going to He's not liked by many people with a lot of power at the country, whatever. Yeah, I mean, mostly leader of the nation. As a continent based, talking about the OPM and the social administration, about the people who are learning what the discover the problem, the response to the problem. We can have continent based with them, talking about that, talking about all the things that happen on public day and everything. I was thinking, oh my god, this is my last space. I have been trying to show you up to this space. I mean, this will last 10 minutes. I will be shut down. Accounts have been forever. But no, I am surprised that my account actually is running. But I do inspire because I mean, I express, I mean, when I want to express what I feel, I should express. I mean, of course, I will put things that are inappropriate or amazing, like that, but I have to be really, really strong when it comes to my certain opinions. I have no mercy, so I appreciate the fact that my account is still very operating.
To give you an idea of how little X or many of these platforms promote small creators, I have another account that I use to live stream on video 24/7 for more than 365 straight days on X Spaces. And that account literally was a video account, and the name of the space that I would use was like very like it was like open space. It was cryptocurrency. It had the word NFT in it. I mean, it had a lot of big keywords. And to just give you an idea, it started with around 0 followers, of course, and it by the end of the 365 days had 31 followers. So that gives you an idea. Wow, if you did a space 24 hours a day on video and with minimal interaction, X isn't going to boost you and nobody's going to see, even though you could always be there. I know another person who is on YouTube who streams 24/7 on one of their accounts, and they have gotten about 330 followers in 365 days. Meaning, like 1 follower a day is what you're going to average if you either don't network or don't. I'm not saying that there's a lack of networking, but like basically, if you don't have anybody who's promoting you, or you're not going into other spaces and just doing follow for follows or whatever it may be, I think we all know that the game is rigged, and we're doing everything that we can to just survive. Like Alberto's saying, like just fortunate not to have lost his account. I feel the same way. Jeff, I know that you were like, hey, I had an account. I have trouble creating new accounts. I had this account from 2013, and fortunately, it's been in so far so good. And with that, my friends, I've got some people in my Discord who have been waiting very patiently to be able to speak with me. So I want you to know how much I really just generally appreciate the ability to speak with you, and to Miss who was here earlier, and appreciate the ability to just be able to vent some frustrations that I have in the corporatocracy with you all. And if I can ever be of any benefit to you, I've followed you both, and I know you guys are following me. Feel free to reach out. I'll do everything that I can to help you. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Robbie. It was great to have you here. And also, you said earlier for people to follow your link tree, make sure you update that when you can, and say make sure they follow your you dig that. If you have any questions, feel free to pop in anytime. We'd be happy to help you set up your NFT display and anything you need. So thanks again for coming in, man, and have a good one. We hope to see you again soon.
Thank you again, and I will do that in due time. Thank you. Take care. All right. Thank you so much, Quick Scope, for your patience. How are you, my friend? I'm well, thank God. Just living life. Excellent. So you were Did you find me in a Discord or did you search for me in a Discord? Oh, excellent. Okay, that's where I was getting to. Okay, so you were looking for a Jewish server? Are you in Jewish? Are you in Jewish Guild? Okay, good, good. Because I'm live in there too. Go ahead. Yes, you are. Orthodox is the only way to go. We in the Orthodox community would still not consider you Jewish if you had a Reformed conversion. So you want to be seen as a Jew by all Jews, right? Exactly. So a Reformed conversion and a conservative conversion would both be seen as a waste of your time in the Orthodox world. And that means you need an Orthodox conversion, which is fine. And so, do you want me to walk you through that process? Yes. Okay, yes. So that's most likely an Orthodox rabbi. Did he mention the phrase based in or baked in to you? Okay, so it means house of judgment. Essentially, it's a panel of three rabbis who will help guide you through the process. You'll check in with them. But yes, you will need to live in an Orthodox community. Is there an Orthodox community in the place where you live? Okay, so what this rabbi will probably say to you or get you in touch with the rabbi of your local area or advise that you do so. And it depends of the rabbi, if he's a rabbi who even the community accepts converts. Most do, but some do not. Some say go to a bigger city or live amongst a larger community. Just depends, but many are welcoming as well. But what it's going to consist of is basically 1 to 2 years of study. You're going to have to attend shul, which means you have to walk to shul at least each week. You can't work on Shabbat, so that's sundown on Friday to approximately sundown on Saturday. It can mean up to 13 days that you'll need to take off for holidays. It will consist of perhaps changing your dress, certainly changing your eating habits, so it'll mean keeping kosher. Are you familiar with that term and what that involves? Certainly, no, I understand that. It means that basically you're not going to be able to eat at restaurants anymore, aside from uh, a very few. So that means no fast food. Um, there are some places like Baskin Robbins and Krispy Kreme, but aside from that, chain restaurants are going to be out the door for food. Now, coffee and things like that, there are some differences, but just making sure you're aware of that. It's also going to mean, yeah, and shellfish as well. So that's going to be out the door. Um, it also involves something known as Shomer Nagia, basically not touching the opposite sex. You're going to be in a. Are you a single person? Okay. Yeah, no, it helps a lot. So that means, you won't be dating for the next couple of years or so. Um, it means attendance in classes, so both Chumash, which is Torah, and perhaps Gemara, which is Talmud, multiple times a week. Uh, it may consist of some Hebrew, depending on the community. Uh, and the big three things are Shabbat, keeping kosher, and Shomer Nagia, family purity. Usually is there are more complicated issues for a woman, but less for a man. And then the big one is probably you either have to move to that section of your town where there is a yeshiva, and the yeshiva doesn't matter, but it's where the shul is, the synagogue, or you're going to have to move to a larger city that accepts converts. So, um, with that said, are you um, near a larger city? If they were to tell you you need to move to a larger city, okay. And are you employed? Okay. Um, and is it something that you could change your job to go somewhere else? Excellent. So it's like remote. Yeah, absolutely. So there's that aspect too. There's an expectation that you're going to be able to provide for not just yourself, but for a family. And so there may be the idea that I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but let's say you were doing like a an on-demand job, as they say, that might not be considered to be a suitable position for you. So you may need to get a more, just a higher paying job. And so I want to you for you to be aware of that. You're going to have the expectation that once you convert, to very soon thereafter find a woman, get married, have children, and that's all very expensive. So there's going to be the expectation that you're going to be able to provide for yourself and provide for a family. And generally, some jobs, are just depending. You're not going to be able to do. But do you have education or any type of job experience? Okay, good. Most certainly, yeah. Um, so a based in is going to basically interview you. You'll send your application. If you're accepted, you'll have a date to perhaps meet with the av of the based in, the head of the based in, and you'll say basically, Rabbi so and so recommended that I speak with you all about my conversion. I'm heartfelt over this. Uh, you're going to have more difficulty as a man being accepted into the program. We don't just accept every guy off the street. So you may say that, hey, this is what I'm currently doing as a job, but I'm working towards whatever it is, whatever your goal is. And they may say, get that goal and then come back to us, or they may say, that's fine, we'll work it out. Um, they're going to ask you, do you live in the community? That's an important question they're going to ask you. They're going to ask you, do you walk to shul every week? They're going to ask you, and some of these aren't issues, but if you do get a full-time normal position, uh, are you able to take off all the holidays? Usually in your first year or two, you don't have enough time off, depending on the year and when the holidays fall, to be able to celebrate all the holidays, and you can't work. So you might have to ask for unpaid leave, or work something out with your employer. But usually employers, especially for religious issues, are more lenient on these types of requests. And then um, you're are you circumcised? So that's a definite um, advantage. You still will need a bris, so there'll be a ceremonial pinprick of blood towards the end of the process, and then you will have a mikvah date, and you'll meet with the Beis Din at the mikvah. Generally, you will submerge in the mikvah, and then once you exit, you're a Jew, and you will be seen as a Jew in all of the eyes of Israel. There really is no difference between a Jew from birth and a converted person, what we call a Jew by choice. But um, the only real relevant issue is that you're not basically, in terms of if you were to ever have any kind of disagreement, you aren't able with a Jew from birth, you aren't able to testify against him. So converts aren't able to testify against Jews from birth, and there might be some minor things, like you might not be able to be the president of your shul. Many times shuls don't allow converts to be, but in terms of marrying a Jewish woman, you would be able to. Raise a Jewish family, you'd be able to. Perhaps immigrate to Israel, you'd be able to. Perhaps that's a process in itself. Um, but and it's going to cost some money. So usually, shul, shul, shul dues are anywhere between $1,000 and $3,000 a year. Classes on top of that, books on top of that, and the food and stuff. Food's much more expensive. Kosher food is much more expensive. I don't want to say much more expensive, but to give you an idea, um, to price it out, I think if like my local kosher butcher, a a roasted chicken is like $13, and you get the same size at like Costco for $5. So to give you some idea, you may think, why is it so much more expensive? There's a process to it. Essentially, it's the way that it's slaughtered, absolutely. And but other things that you Yeah, absolutely. Other things that you would have to be aware of, um, things like certainly driving on Shabbat, those kinds of things you can't do. Um, you would have Okay. What do you mean? Is it Orthodox? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, as I understand, conservative, they don't walk up, like they're allowed to drive on Shabbat. I mean, they shouldn't be, but as Jews, but within their understand, they don't walk to shul in the conservative community. So shouldn't everybody be driving? Okay, all right. I mean, I don't really interact with conservative all that much, and certainly not reform. There are some people who I do know who were born into Orthodox families and may live like that, but um, as you know, and some there's a phrase called conservadox of people who kind of play both sides, some Orthodox, some conservative. I generally stay away from that. But hardline Orthodoxy, you will avoid, and you're prohibited from driving. Yeah, and on holidays. Um, but I mean, aside from that, uh, I wish you the best with your process. If you need help of any advice or anything, I'm here for you. I stream my life 24/7. Absolutely. So I'm always in here if you need help, or generally, I do other things outside of being on this in my bed. But um, uh, if I may ask, why do you want to become Jewish? Okay, and if this rabbi who you're meeting with says, "Okay, well, you already feel at home. Why why change a good thing? Why not convert to conservative Judaism?" Well, right, but you're not in a Chabad community. Oh, hold on. Well, wait. That's not conservative, though. Don't call it conservative. That's Hasidic. Yeah, don't call that a conservative community. No, 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 no. No, okay. So now I understand why you said people are adverse to driving. I completely understand that. But if you were talking about conservative Judaism, which is a denomination of Judaism, like everybody drives there. They don't consider themselves prohibition. Okay. So you've got a Chabad near you. Okay, great. Well, yeah, so you're not going to be able to convert in that uh, uh, community. Is there a uh, Litvish or yeshiva? Well, let's just like a centrist Orthodox community outside of Chabad near you. Yeah, yeah. So basically, to give you just an understanding, Orthodoxy in general terms, you have modern Orthodox, and then generally uh, the Hasidic world. And modern Orthodoxy is probably where you'll find a conversion program. The Chabad is okay with you coming on Shabbat. Okay, how long have you been attending? And they know that you're non-Jew. Okay. Well, you've got what you need, which is a meeting with your local Orthodox rabbi, and he will give you the information that you need. And if you have questions about the process or you want to update me, feel free. I'm here for you. And absolutely. If there's anything else I can do for you, let me know, okay? You as well. And One last thing, just remember, don't call Chabad conservative. That will yes, and they're Orthodox. Absolutely. Yep. Excellent. Hey, just before you go, just so you get the the spectrum just of Judaism. So on the far conservative end, like you're saying, you've got the Hasidic dynasties. There are more than just Chabad. There's Breslov and there's Satmar. These are basically communities that connect or trace their founding to a certain rabbi, generally going back to the 18th century or so. Okay. And then you have a little more generally liberal versions, but still Orthodox. You have centrist Orthodoxy and then modern Orthodoxy. Generally, these are sometimes many times interwoven with the people there. And you even, I mean, I'm a member of Chabad of Sherman Oaks, California. There are some people who kind of float in multiple of these different Orthodox realms. Okay, but that's Orthodoxy. Then so those, that means that's no driving on Shabbat, keeping kosher, all those things. Okay. Then you've got conservative Judaism, which is frankly by Orthodox standards is not considered Judaism. The people who go there, many of them are considered Jews, but their doctrine is not mainstream Orthodox doctrine. So there's conservative, and that is so to give you an idea, about only 10% of Jews are Orthodox. About 30% or so of people who practice and actually go to some type of building, let's say once a week, a synagogue. You've got about 30% that are conservative, and then about 60% are reform, and and then and that's the far more liberal. And then actually there are some other types of Judaism. There's Reconstructionist Judaism, which you'd be considered perhaps a Reconstructionist Jew right now because you have your father's ethnic background, but that isn't considered with. Absolutely. That's why I want you to be aware of this. So anyone who basically has any kind of Jewish um, ancestry can qualify to some extent to be a Reconstructionist Jew. This is less than 5% of people now, of at least we'll say Jews in America. Then you also have humanist Jews. There are some humanist Jewish organizations which are Jewish but really really liberal, but still have respectable um, doctrines. So I don't want to say that everybody who's not Orthodox does not have good uh, ideas. I would say I empathize more with many humanist beliefs than I do conservative or reform, and Reconstructionists as well. I think that there are good aspects of that. So basically, what I'm saying is there are a lot of Orthodox people who empathize more with humanist and Reconstructionist than we do conservative or reform. Okay, with that being said, then you have secular Jews, which is another 50% of Jews that I didn't include in the other section, who don't attend shul or synagogue of any type, and just because of their ancestry, consider themselves to be Jews. And so I did want you to just be aware, like we're only talking about like 10% of all Jews, but you are already perhaps included, depending on how Reconstructionism, generally, though, within their belief system, you'd be considered a Reconstructionist Jew if you started attending and connecting with all of what they do. But if you want to be considered Jewish, by all Jews, an Orthodox conversion is what you need. So, with that, I did want to explain that. And take care, and God willing, in 2 years or so, you'll be getting your first Aliyah, which oh, absolutely. You take care, my friend.
There, how about one more time for the upper deck? Oh, yeah. You hear that? These people fucking get it. All right. Your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Jasmine Flowers, everyone. Jasmine Flowers.
Hello. I notice patterns for a living, and I noticed something. The Amish, they used to be elusive, but now they're everywhere. TLC, HBO, I don't even have cable, but I see them every day. I'm starting to think that maybe there's a scam going on here. I'm not sure. I'm at that age now where everything I do is a scam, but, you know, they pretend they can't have cell phones, but then that's scamming 101. Oh, my camera doesn't work. But anyway, so I feel like they had a meeting sometime. They said, let's this thing with no electricity, candles, let's build Lawrence, churn gutter, and confuse the hell out of society. That's what it's like, basically. And I know one person at the meeting said, this could have been an email. But anyway, I'm just saying, check the barns for Wi-Fi. This is really changed. Anyway,
all right, Jasmine. That's overtime right there. I love it. Jasmine, well, keep that microphone. I'm going to do an interview here because I love Medea does Hilton. This is incredible. How long have you been trying stand-up?
about 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Perfect. What made you want to start here tonight?
Saturday didn't have anything else to do, so let me drive out there and see what's happening.
I love it. I mean, you watch the show sometimes.
Yes,
you know what it is.
Yes.
So you tried it. You said that these Amish people they're coming out of nowhere. There's a lot of them now.
Yeah, they used to be elusive. You never knew an Amish person. I didn't know about Amish people, but now they're everywhere and everything. And they're supposed to be kind of against technology.
Jasmine, what do you do for work?
I'm an accountant.
You're an accountant? Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. What type of accounting are you doing?
Corporate accounting.
Wow.
It's fun. Really.
I love it. You live here in Houston, Texas?
I do.
What part of Houston do you live?
I live in the Westbury area, near Meyerland. In the city. Houston proper.
What are some of your favorite things to do here in Houston? You ever go to the turkey hut?
I've never been to the Turkey Hut, but I've had turkey legs at the Renaissance Festival. I like that.
Ooh, the Renaissance Festival. I didn't know black people went to Renaissance Festival.
You know, friends, a couple of us.
You guys probably really stand out at that Renaissance Festival.
No, we don't.
Red man. Okay. Jasmine, you have a family?
Yes, I do. I have 2 kids.
How old are they?
23 and 21.
You did it. What are they? Boys and girls?
I have a son that's a Texas last year, mechanical engineering. I have a daughter that lives in Milwaukee. She's a dog groomer.
Jasmine, what do you do for fun? Do you have any hobbies or anything like that?
I walk a dog. I like to garden. Hang out with my friends. I like to garden. I'm going fishing next month.
Okay. Alright. So the kids are all grown up. You still have a man?
No.
Okay. When's the last time you were with a man?
I've been divorced for probably about 10 years.
Do you go on dates or anything? Have you been getting
No, not really. Maybe, I'm just enjoying.
Kim wants to know when your last kiss was.
My last kiss? Maybe 2 years, 3 years.
Really? It's been that long?
Wow. Oh, God.
She's such a beautiful
I'm
lady.
enjoying it. I'm happy.
I mean,
She's such a beautiful lady.
is there a guy out there that wants to give Jasmine a big smooch? Be part of Pony history. You gotta make it a good one if I bring you up here. Who do you think it is? Who's really gonna go for it? Blue shirt right there, you think? You need water? Have anybody's water you want. You got it. All right, who's gonna do this? Are you gonna do it? Pick one, Jasmine. I'll let you pick.
In the words of the later, who's gonna make that pussy fine? Oh my God, this guy.
Guy with the white beard?
Let's get January.
Jasmine, do you have a preference?
You have to be over 50.
You have to be over 50? Yeah, that guy with the beard can do it.
No, I know the guy with the cowboy hat. Cowboy hat. You got the preference?
The guy with the beard, no?
You want to that guy with the white beard's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to watch history.
Here we go.
Here in Houston, Texas. Here we go. A powerful black woman kiss a man that looks like he fought for the South in the Civil War. Watch your step, sir. Please don't trip over cords. Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing thing. Oh my God. Wow. Incredible. Wow. Look at that. Not the first time this guy's freed the slaves. Look at this fucking guy. Holy shit.
This is what comes down to the game when you roll double sixes at Jumanji.
Watch your step, sir. Watch your step. Jasmine, how did that feel?
I forgot already. I can't remember.
I love it. She's mesmerized. All right, Jasmine. Thank you so much. There she goes, Jasmine Flowers, everybody. She's a sweetheart. These guys are out here filming during sets. These guys are relentless here in Houston. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. An absolute force of nature that you know, that you love. One of the greatest interviewees in the history of the show. Sing it if you know the words, because I present to you the one and only. This is Hans Kemp.
I speak English. This isn't the Super Bowl halftime show. If I wanted to hear a bunch of Spanish, I go to a kitchen at Chili's. Sean's trying to make me learn things. This is America. What's the point of having all these bombs if I have to learn? I do think it's fucked up that a lot of Mexicans are getting deported. I think if you're trying to reduce crime, deporting Mexicans is the least efficient way to do that. I've never been walking down a dark alley and heard the voice behind me be like, "Give me your money." It's usually some form of Ebonics. The language of robberies. I recently saw a black guy gardening. I was like, dude, you don't have to do that anymore. You can do larceny and retail theft as well now. I am working out right now. I don't have to be stronger than a black guy. I just have to last long enough till the cops get there. All right, well, that's my time. Thank you guys so much.
Wow, how about the reception from that crowd just upon arrival?
I know.
Ponce Boy Kim, live in Houston, Texas. How does Houston make you feel? How do you feel about all this?
Oh, it's great. It's a big Texas city. A lot of anger can be unleashed upon me. So trying to stay on the good side of Houston. Lots of different types of, Republicans and Democrats here to piss off. It's just a lot of people here.
A lot of different kinds of people.
Yeah, lots of love.
Lots of love. Absolutely. Have you been to Houston before?
Yes, I actually double teamed a female here. Let's go to a clip. Still don't have it. My goodness. This was a fan? Yeah, she was pretty enthusiastic.
Did you double team her with?
Wonderful, awesome comic that I don't think I should name.
Right, but a buddy.
Yeah. Okay. Not like, Brian Redband.
Right, he definitely wasn't Brian. You know, to be able to get hard to have sex with a woman. Just kidding. This reminds me of Fuchu, the official sponsor of Kill Tony. Wow, tell us what it was like double teaming. Which hole did you pick?
Well, I actually, she was like bonded with me, which is pretty cool. So I actually had sex with her before my friend got there. So I already came inside of her vagina. And then, thank you for that. Yeah, I was about to ask where. I mean, that's.
Let me ask you, did she tell you she was on the pill or something? Like, what made you come inside of her? Did you do that?
I just felt very open to the idea of that. Wow. I'm not going to hold up a cord, but it was a long time ago. But yeah, it's all legal. So I already came, and then my friend came, and she's like, I always wanted to do this thing, a roast pig or stuffed pig. I talked about this before. But then I actually took the mouth area, and he took the vagina, and I really wasn't as hard as I could have been and failed. Yeah, she wasn't really a roast pig, more like
now, let me ask you
shish kebab.
Let me ask you this.
Shish kebab. Corn dog. Okay. We got it.
You don't need to keep naming it.
Yeah.
So, your soft penis was in her mouth, and your buddy was fucking the hole that you had already nutted inside of. Did you tell your friend that you came inside of her?
Oh, I don't think I did.
So, there's a chance that your buddy is going to find out from watching this show that the time that he hooked up with a chick with you, he was fucking your cum.
Yeah. I moved him up.
I love it. It still looks at it. Hans has just enough autism to think of it like you helped him out a little bit.
If she gets pregnant, who's going to claim the baby? I mean, he was white and I'm Asian, so it's smarter than it's mine. See how he does on the SATs.
How did it after work? Like right after you guys came, hanging out or?
Yeah, we crashed. He took the couch, took the bed a little bit, and then we left. We drove back home.
So you crashed. Does that mean you drove immediately?
That thing was trying to do an Eiffel Tower, but his dick was soft for her face keeps falling.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Says the Mishnah on page 89A. Even listening on such was again.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Is there anything that you try to think of or Jim, when you're trying to get hard?
Yes.
Always the most honest answers. If you look at the history of the show, no one has better answers to my questions than us. Always before I'm even done answering. Yes, no, yes.
Honest Hans should be the name of your channel.
Honest Hans.
I think a lot of tickling stuff helps me a lot.
Why is it gross?
No, Hans being tickled is just.
I'm not getting tickled, I'm tickling.
I'm the tickler, Kim. Jesus. Yeah, somehow it is disgusting. I'm starting to agree with him. I thought you were getting tickled, which is just fucking weird. But now that I'm finding out that you're doing the tickling and that makes you hard, what is it about tickling a girl that makes you hard?
Great question, Johnny.
When she squirms.
Or she's like,
No, please no.
Yeah, that's most of my relationships with women, so it seems accurate. Period.
let me ask you this. I asked you what it takes when you think about doing hard. Here's a question I never asked you. Is there something that you think of when you're about to come too fast? And you think of that to try to stop yourself from getting so overly excited?
I usually try to think of the woman that I'm making love with and what she would want. Like, she wouldn't want me to come now.
Be right back.
I feel like taking a break. Wait, hot. Are you and the guy chit chat during the all right, I don't know what I'm trying to ask. You guys, I mean, is there, there's dirty talk, right? But if he starts to talk, you go, oh, sorry, yeah, you go ahead. Like, yeah, I think there was a moment where we did that exact thing. I forget why, but yeah, I think we made hey, you can take the bottom, I'll take the top. And then it was just yeah, she was making noises. She did it with me. Were her noises better with you than with him? Did you take it personal? Yes. He was getting better noises.
Why should
Were you guys talking or looking at each other?
No, he wasn't trying to look at mine.
Were you can you sign me up for the mic later?
I was looking at his.
You were?
Yes.
How was he not looking at you if you were looking at him?
He was just head down, task at hand, right?
And your dick was like boba tea over there, in the mouth.
Yeah, it was boba tea, it's chewy.
Oh, God. Okay, was he a white guy or a black guy?
White man.
Okay, right.
By the way, I don't think any girl's ever been yeah, Hans, give me that chewy dick.
Wow. You are amazing. Anything else you want to tell the people in Houston, Texas?
I bought a van for $13,000. That doesn't work. I wasted $13,000. I love your city. I think.
What do you mean you bought a van?
I bought a Sprinter van, thinking I could make it a van life van, even though I already have a van. I just bought a stupid van for no reason. And yeah.
Why did you do that?
I was looking at my old van. I'm like, this van sucks. Let me. And then. One of my friends was like, you should just get a new van. So I just got a new van, but it was a shittier version.
This is what he and the other guy were talking about when they were looking at the girl. I bought a second van, did I tell you? Oh, sorry.
Wow, so one can call you Fonz Kim.
Yeah, Vans. I have the Vans logo. It's my logo.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Hans Kim. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a hell of a show. This is your final fucking poll of the night. How about one more time for Heidi and Val, everybody? You can check out their podcast, Love on the Line, at HeidiRegina.com. Follow the band on social media. Follow Adam Ray. He's on the US Me tour, going to Vegas, the Win, and everywhere else. AdamRayComedy.com, KimCongdon.com, and follow her at KimCongdon, CONGDON. All right, your final fucking poll tonight goes by the name of Devin Callahan, everybody. One last Houston fucking poll.
All right, how you guys doing? Yeah, I'm Devin Callahan. Callahan like Dirty Harry. Yeah, I see your face confused. They're like, I remember Dirty Harry. Wasn't this dirty? So I figured out, not to bring it down and not talk about death, I figured out the afterlife. I got it. Two types of ghosts. One ghost, full body guy standing under a light. Hey, it's my grandfather probably smoking a cigarette head to toe. Second ghost, you just get like a little haunted thing, and it's just like no legs or nothing, just feet up, like feet gone, knees up, and they're just running around like, ooh. Their second type, those are the motherfuckers that die of diabetes. Yes. So it turns out the afterlife, you don't get your feet back. It's like a punishment. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I need some friends. I need some new friends. I was chilling with my homies, and we were on a road trip, and I was like, hey, man, I'm getting kind of tired. Let's pull into somewhere. And I saw a hotel, LAQUINTA. And I told my homies, hey, let's stay at La Quinta. Right? And they started laughing. They were like, this fool crazy. It's La Quinta, fool. It's La Quinta.
Okay. Was that the end of the joke?
No.
Okay, finish it.
And so I was telling them, no, La Quinta is the chick that works at the front desk. But the establishment is La Quinta, right? Like,
Devin Callahan making his Kill Tony debut, right?
Yes.
You live here in Houston?
Port Arthur, Ohio. Stay in Port Arthur.
All right.
Did you say the N-word there?
Yeah, but no, I don't want to. Though. We're nice people.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay, Devin, what do you do for work?
I play piano. I play keys.
You're a professional piano player? Really?
Yeah.
How long have you been doing that for?
Like 20 years.
20 years?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Really?
Yeah.
Easy. I don't think we've ever had an actual piano player on the show. You guys want to hear him play some piano? The band leader normally doesn't share his piano with anybody. He's a tough cookie. He's old school. A lot of musicians don't like sharing their instruments.
I know how it is, bro.
And he knows how it is. But now that he said, all he had to say was, I know how it is. I get it. And then look, he broke John Deese's little heart. Here he is. Look at this. Look at this. A couple cousins just giving handshakes. Oh yeah, don't play anything copyrighted. It's got to just be kind of like your own, like original jam. John Deese. There's my uncle. Oh shit. Uncle Devin. The motherfucking CC Housey. Won't say the N-word because that's not nice. See, that's how I think they should all be. Oh my god.
What they do during his double team.
Keep going. I'm gonna sing a little song.
And I'm in Houston. My favorite kind of pub is Gastro. I got cheese.
like I'm an astronaut. Keep playing, keep fucking playing, dumbass. Keep playing. Electrical socket. Keep playing fucking music. Electrical socket. More shocking than a wind from the Houston Rockets. There's traffic all over the shithole town. And there's no real live entertainment to be found. All the artists move to Austin, or even Boston, or anywhere to get lost in. Because art doesn't exist in Houston. Wash it down with some Aquafina. There's some left from Hurricane Katrina. Stupid. How about one more time for Devin Callahan on the keys? Me and Adam used to play with the great Jeff Scott at the Comedy Store. We were the only two guys that used to riff with us recipes. We lost him during the pandemic because he got COVID and AIDS at the same time. All right, Devin, anything else crazy we should know about you before you go? What's the biggest white lady you ever impregnated?
I haven't had a chance yet. So,
I don't know if you saw Jasmine Flowers earlier, but there's a black woman that makes no sense whatsoever when she talks that really needs to be dipped down.
I met her. I saw her.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm okay.
But definitely kind of.
Is there a white lady that wants to be impregnated right now?
Devin, thank you so much. There he goes, Devin Callahan. Oh,
Puerto Rico, you're the Puerto Rico guy.
thank you so much. There he goes, Devin. He just realized who I was, everybody. Hey, wait, you're the Puerto Rico guy. There's a notebook. See you later. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, Saturday nights are hard on this show. We have created so many superstars that a lot of them were booked tonight in our own sold-out shows around the world. However, I was able to secure the man who I think is one of the fastest young rising comedians in the world. You see him every week writing and performing a brand new minute. At one point, he was recognized as the Dark Storm of Atlanta, Georgia. And now, he is the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. I present to you the future. This is Cedric Flynn.
Oh my God!
If somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah and what I'm saying, I'm not going to this.
And we in the South.
The person said, "You don't make it." This is what the Holy
You feel like the South. I love Houston. It's like a big ass Atlanta.
Even if what?
My favorite Houston rapper, Pimp C.
Looking for something.
Pimp C once said something that meant everything to me.
Avoid doing the fire up shots. Okay. Right?
He said,
The commissioner says, even though she's not saying anything wrong, and what she's actually reminding that's wrong, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes it right.
who's ready for the best night of their lives?
The most beautiful qualified podcast in the world is coming to WrestleMania.
Hey, don't last year it became the most watched year. Register of all time. Comedy you're looking for. I don't like to brag. It's gotta be a party show. Let me show you what I can do. This is the giving on. A priest and a rabbi walks into a bar. I didn't really mean everything I said that night. This is gonna be big set.
This is going to be awesome.
Kill Tony, Saturday, April 18th. Tickets on sale now.
This is Rabbi coming live from the Smart Financial Center here in Houston, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, give it up for Tony. Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh?
Oh my God. How about one more time for the best damn band in all of Sugarland? The great Michael Gonzalez, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, John Dees. And that right there is the great D Madness, everybody. Matt Fielding on the electric. We got everything in place. This is very, very exciting. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. I gotta ask, Houston, Texas, are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Pleasure to be on the road in my favorite state in the United States of America. Holy shit, what a beautiful day. 80 degrees and sunny, you can't beat it. Tonight's guests, two of my favorite human beings in the world, two of the greatest Kill Tony guests of all time. Very hard to book this show on a Saturday night when everybody that touches the show is a sellout theater act. But I did the Lord's work for you as I present to you multiple time over, without a doubt, arguably, statistically, the greatest guest in Kill Tony history and the first ever regular in Kill Tony history. Tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen, are Adam Ray and Ken Compton. Oh yeah, live in the flesh. You need it. The dancer gets moving like Governor Hill. Jeremy. So many characters I forget sometimes. Wow. And the great Ken Compton, everybody. She is currently being stalked by many men.
So you tonight.
I have a gun.
She's got a gun, she's got a new doubt. Everything's happening. And ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Kill Tony Hall of Famer, multiple time guest of the year. Adam Ray is here, everybody.
Thanks for having me. Let's go. Houston, home of Hakeem Olajuwon and fucking, I don't know, fat sex. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of so. Yeah, a lot of guys look up fun facts on the airplane about Houston and said you guys eat out more than any other city in the world. So that's not what I was talking about. I meant like fast food, but for sure. Yeah, right here later. I'll show you the Uber. Hell yeah.
There is a lot of blacks in Houston, but what I heard, they don't eat out at all.
I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about, but yeah, for sure. Yeah, probably are.
El Tiempo is here. How many El Tiempo fans have we have out there?
El Tiempo.
Sure. the home of the Colorado. You guys ever been to the Colorado before? It's a fun place. All right, you guys know how this show works, everybody. If I pull your name out of the bucket, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry. Is there a gay party in Houston?
And all of these cases,
They all said it once. What is it? Montrose. You gotta wrap it up then, or else you bring out that angry Montrose bear. Oh yeah, that's a big gay bear. A little southern twang on it too. Hell yeah. Oh my goodness, the first name has been pulled. And this is a very special show because since we have been in Texas for over 5 years now, we have accumulated many great golden ticket winners from the city of Houston, Texas. And tonight, while we go wrangle our first bucket full, starting off the show with a brand new minute for us is one of our elite golden ticket winners from Houston, Texas. He got his golden ticket, I believe, when he was 21 years old. Since then, he has worked as Bucky himself at a Bucky's. Make some noise. Starting tonight's show, Houston's own Enrique Chacon. Houston, Texas, how the fuck we feeling tonight? This is looking like a racist Lakewood church, bro. What the fuck? I heard that ICE is killing white people now, man. What's up with that? You're telling me I can't even hide inside a Lululemon anymore? My girlfriend, when I met her, she was way out of my league, so I found out everything I could about her, man. I found out that she was really into animal rescue, so 2019, fuck it, bro. I rescued 34 cats, bro. Fuck it. Sometimes you have to save the kitty to eat the kitty, and that's what I was doing. You can say I wasn't heat too, man. Anyways, I have an Australian cattle dog, a blue dealer at home. I like to use that dog for small talk with older white guys at like a Tractor Supply. I tell them I have a blue healer, and they're like, "Oh, my granddaddy had a blue healer. That's a very intelligent dog. That's a very hard-working dog." We have a beautiful moment, and suddenly they remember that their granddaddy wouldn't like him talking to me, and that's the end of the conversation. Thank you. Enrique Chacon. Tony Hitchcock. Hi, buddy. How are you, my friend? How does it feel? This is the biggest crowd you've ever performed in front of in Houston, Texas? It is, bro. It's looking pretty fucking beautiful. Southwest Alien, Texas in the house. Wow. What's the Southwest of Houston like exactly? Southwest Houston is a beautiful place where everybody says the N-word, no matter what ethnicity you are. Oh, perfect. It's that's why whenever I moved to like Austin or started doing comedy, I had to like train myself. Every time I wanted to say the N-word, I would snap a rubber band, you know, on my leg or something. But yeah, that's my hood, man. That's where I grew up. And yeah. I don't know all the different areas that well. I know I was able to convince Red Band to do this show because I said it's in Sugarland, and he's like, "Oh, where did it go?" That's close to Candyland. I'm not fucking mad at that, bro. My fat ass turned Sugarland into caramel, bro. What's up? Oh my goodness, Enrique, why are you so fat? Tell us what you eat exactly. Well, you know, a lot of straight guys eat pussy, Tony. That's what I do. You know?
That's not what's making you fat.
Are you putting whipped cream on it or something, or cream cheese, cottage cheese? What is you know, protein powder, duck eggs, chicken eggs, bro. We cook everything with lard, dude. This is a fucking normal thing. Dude, I eat chocolate candy eggs, the fucking Cadbury eggs, dude. I got fucking eggs and ham, dude. But you know, a place that you need to visit though, Tony, is Bissonnet, bro. You gotta go to Bissonnet. Don't y'all fucking agree? What is that? Bissonnet is
the best neighborhood in Houston, Texas.
Why? You'll have to.
And if you're stuck in traffic and this and that, you might as well get your dick sucked, you know? It's
You guys after that?
Well, I'm gonna go to Southwest. I'm gonna go between Bissonnette and Southwest Houston so I can say the N-word while getting my dick sucked.
That is the American dream.
sounds like a beautiful plan, Tony.
I love it. Enrique, such a fun set. Ice white people, Lululemon. I love it so.
That ice shit got me terrified, Tony.
Really?
It really does, because I have something called the DACA status, which means that I'm a celebrity immigrant. You know, there's only 2,500 of us.
I don't think you should be saying this.
Fuck it. I'm prepared for the consequences, man. That's why I'm trying to camouflage myself. I don't even drink Modelo's anymore in public, Tony. I was drinking Bush Light, bro. Like some of these River Oaks white guys, bro. What the fuck?
Hell yeah. I love it. Are there any other white things that you're doing to try to hide out?
I'm reciting the 10 Amendments, Tony.
The 10 Amendments?
Essentially, one of those is the right to eat.
Is one of them to dress like you look like you work at the office?
I look like Lizzo Slater, bro. What the fuck was I thinking, bro?
You look like you squeal if someone hugs you.
Absolutely adorable, Enrique, and you have the show started for us tonight with nothing but laughter and likability. From Houston, Texas. And we got it everybody. There are a lot of Houston local comedians that have been dying for us to make the 2 or 3 hour trip up here, and now it begins. They get 60 seconds, and then I conduct an interview with them, and anything can happen. Sometimes people get a little bit shy in front of such a big group of people, so I'm going to try my hardest to find out crazy shit about your first bucket pool. Doing an uninterrupted set, goes by the name of Max Wissinger, everybody. Here comes Max Wissinger to get the bucket started tonight.
So I was making out with my girlfriend last week. Things were heating up. She started taking her clothes off. Yeah. She was like, Max, you look like a kid in a candy store. I said, babe, it's not you. I look like a kid in a candy store. Yeah. Just kidding. I don't have a girlfriend. Yeah. I can't keep a girlfriend, all right? Because they don't feel safe with me. Because I'm gluten-free. I mean, I can't even fight off a little Debbie. It sucks, right? Like someone brings donuts to work. I can't have any. Apple fritter, straight to the shitter. Being gluten-free is so depressing. The only time I even think about using a toaster is when I'm taking a bath. Guys, come on. My therapist said I need an outlet. Thank you.
Jokes about being youthful. How old are you, Max?
I'm 27. I don't even have chest hair yet.
It's a me neither. I'm 41. How long have you been on stand-up?
So 1.5 years, but my first time was on this show like 3-4 years ago. Yeah, that Vulcan.
Oh, okay. You made the drive down to Austin. You live in Houston?
I'm in Houston now. Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I'm a product developer for supplements.
Wow, what kind of supplements?
The ones that make you healthier that RFK Jr. likes.
Well, it doesn't look like you're taking any of them so far. Looks like you're taking this drug to make you age backwards.
It's a Benjamin Bucket's compound.
You need to eat more fruit by the foot. It's a kid snack. That's what I mean by that. You look 5.
Yeah, I think they accidentally gave you estrogen.
Right. Yeah. People call me RFK Jr.
Yeah.
Which parent? What's the best supplement? I don't know what to ask you.
You don't have to ask him anything, remember? Thank you. One of the funniest recruit jokes in the history of the show. Look back. You make a 45-minute violation of me looking at Adam going, well, he asks the people.
That's why I wear costumes so it doesn't hurt his back.
Max, tell us what's been going on in life since the last time you were on the show.
Well, girls have been hitting on me lately with their cars. Yeah. You know, I think girls are so dangerous when they drive because they're too busy trying to look hot. And, like, I saw this one chick going 100 on the freeway, putting on mascara, swerving all over the road. I mean, hey, at least you died a bad bitch.
I see what you did there. You snuck in a little chip.
Comics Unleashed.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Tony, funny you should ask. These women be driving crazy.
Dude, you're perfect for cruises.
Yeah. Do you do that when you hang out with your friends? You bitch bits. There's like, dude, traffic was nuts today. You're like, yeah. And then you just turn and face a different wall and go, let me tell you about the 405. Everyone's like, dude, over here.
It was like,
you got jokes. I like it.
What, have you been on dates? Do you have a girlfriend?
No, not right now.
Don't. When's the last time you hooked up with a chick? What's that like? Oh, what playground did you go to exactly?
I think it was.
No, I can't say that one.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, man.
The actual location of a playground.
No, it was like the Children's Museum, but that's why I didn't say.
Okay, so seriously, last time you were with a woman or boy or whatever you're into.
It was last year. Yeah, end of last year.
What happened then? What was that? Is that just a random hookup? Is this a little booty call? For some reason, that's funny when you ask like a youthful 27-year-old.
No, it was my ex-girlfriend. Yeah, in Florida. Yeah. I was living in Florida for 2 years. Yeah. And
what made you move to Florida?
My job. Yeah. I was living in a retirement community. The weather was great. It was in the 70s, just like the people.
Yep, I saw that one coming.
Are we on a hidden camera show right now? Okay, you're watching it. The bits is amazing.
Impractical no jokers.
I was like, I can't just get freaking roasted the whole time. I gotta.
I like it. You're on the aggression.
You're doing perfect, Max. Max, what's your ethnicity? What is a wizard?
I'm about to go into
Well, if you say that beforehand, it's very hard to do.
I'm not Mexican. German.
Go ahead.
My Mexican half likes spicy.
Your other half likes to cook Jews.
No.
Hey. I write a better joke than you.
Yeah,
it's okay. What was yours?
I like to my German half. Okay, so my Mexican half likes to cook spicy. My German half likes to turn that bathroom into a gas chamber.
Yes, you should take my
yeah. What the fuck was that? Was the most un-Holocaust noise I've ever heard.
That's the sound of what happens when your blood stops flowing. Alright, here you go, Max. There you go, buddy. Big bomb. Max has begun the fucking portion of the show. We're gonna keep it moving along. There goes Max, everybody. Luckily, too far away for Adam's favorite handshake. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. The old Houston. It's real. This is is anyone like good? COVID's only generation lifelong cowboys. It's a first time food buyers. No straight in here. Just instant out of the box cowhide. Ostrich, cayenne, things we haven't even heard of or looked at how it's pronounced. That's how good this stuff is. Whether it's your first pair or your here, Tecovas has you covered. Red man.
Johnny, I love my Tacovas. They make me feel so confident. I get tons of compliments on them when I'm strutting around, Oz.
Oh, you're riding in the back of a penny fab or perhaps on an electric bicycle using only the electric effort pedal. Shop Tecovas Western Goods online at Tecovas.com or swing by Tecovas store for the full experience with free drinks, food shines, and complimentary boot branding to make your hair feel personal. Their expert-friendly staff are at your service to answer any questions and help you pick out that perfect. Right now, get 10% off at Tecovas.com/Keltoni. Sign up for emails and texts. That's 10% off at TECOVAS.com/Keltoni. Tecovas.com/Keltoni. See site for details. Tecovas. Point your toes. Relax. Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Going online without ExpressVPN is like driving without car insurance. You might be a great driver, but with all the crazy people on the road these days, why would you take that risk? Every time you connect to networks, cafes, hotels, airports, etc., your online data is not secure. Any hacker on the same network can gain access to and steal your personal data. It doesn't take much technical knowledge to hack someone. Just cheap hardware is needed. A smart 12-year-old or even Red Band could do it.
Jeez, Tony, I love ExpressVPN. I use it when we travel, so I know my data is safe. ExpressVPN has its lowest prices ever, with plans starting at just $3.49 a month. That's 12 cents a day.
So, that's right. It take a hacker with a supercomputer over 1 billion years to get past ExpressVPN's encryption. Just fire up the app and click one button to get protected. No wonder it's number one by top tech reviewers like CNET and The Verge. Secure your online data today by visiting expressvpn.com/Keltoni. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Keltoni to find out how you can get 4 extra months. All right, your next bucket goes by the name of Jake McFarland. What happens here? Everybody. Jake
Hey, Sugarland! I just want to start this by saying, 5 years sober, clean. Pussy. Yeah. Hard choice, white pussy, things like nickels. Yeah, it's February, baby! Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's February, and as a black man, I'm just gonna tell you, as a black man, I'm doing my part. Yeah. I'm out there doing it. Yeah. I'm eating black pussy. And I was actually recently eating black pussy just a couple days ago. And I was down there in them thick thighs, you know how it is. And I was down there doing my thing. You know? Hey, but I was running out of air quick, alright? I come over here, I go, oh. She grabs me by the back of the head and goes, no, reparations, bitch. I was like, oh, fucking, oh, motherfucking, yeah.
All right, he's gone his full length of times. Hi, Colin, how are you? When you're eating pussy, are you just making noises inside of a pussy? Grab that mic.
I'm making a lot of noise.
Yeah.
I thought it was her gun.
She was holding it to my head, that's true. Yeah.
Are you really eating pussy?
Every chance I get. I mean, I'm telling you, when I get done with this, I'm sure there's going to be a lineup. So, you know, I'm looking forward to that.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If white pussy tastes like nickels, what does past black pussy taste like?
Like cocoa butter and original wings.
Follow-up question. Adam Bryce from the company. Yeah.
I think I recognize this.
And a very good friend at that to you. How about Asian or Jewish pussy?
I think if you like Asian women, you're secretly gay. And I don't know, let's play a game. I'll pull up a bunch of trannies from Asia and then just regular Asian women, and we'll find out who's hot and who's not. All right, let's do it. Come on. I'm just saying, I think we know what's going to happen. Your boyfriend's going to look gay. So,
stand on that red circle.
Is this where the animal is?
The Anvil from Looney Tunes? All right, you're cool.
Let me ask you something, Jake. Where are you meeting these black women whose pussy you're eating?
Anywhere I can.
But, like, give us an example of where it's actually
I
happening.
I do a lot of I'm a black comedian.
Okay, why do you keep saying that?
I am. I'm a black comedian. I was banned from all white comedy rooms until like 6 months ago.
Why? Ginger.
I am a ginger. Man, you really want to know?
No, we're all right.
Jake, I'm asking you, dude. Yes, I really want to know. We're on a live show. I don't know if you know that. There's 7,000 people out there, Jake. You really want to know the answer to the question that the host of the show just asked you. Stand in the middle of the red circle, Jake.
I'll keep it real. I'm going to stay right here. I got
the middle of the red circle.
Middle.
There you go. Just stay there.
Okay.
Black people love to run.
I don't know. I'm not that black. Honestly, I pulled it on.
Tell us more about that, Jake.
Yes, okay. So I was at a comedy show. It was a black comedy show. We don't have those in Austin. In Houston, it's when you go to a place and everyone is black. You know what I mean? Just pure.
We all did comedy in LA for a couple of days.
Right, okay, see. Right, yes. And I was about to leave, but one of my buddies who went on the show, he actually didn't get on the show. He got snubbed by another comedian. He started crying. He got a little drunk, threw a fit, walked out. And I was like, well, fuck him, right? But then I thought, you know what, I better smooth it over with the host. So I walked up to the host, but I left my keys and my trucks were out in the parking lot this time. By the way, I want to preface this by saying I was in Carrington. You know what Carrington is? That's the hood.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's the fucking hood.
To the point of the story, Jake.
Anyway, I'm wasting time.
This story better end with a rat.
A different kind, yeah, okay. So,
Get to the fucking story, Jake.
Do you really want to know? Do you really want me to be honest about what happened?
So I was out in the parking lot talking with the comedian and the host, and another comedian started talking shit. And I told him that he's being disrespectful, and he said, "What are you gonna do about it?" And I said, "Take them glasses off." And he walked around his car, and I said, "Are we fighting or what?" And he said, "No, I'm just gonna shoot your ass. I'm just gonna kill your ass in the streets."
It was a black guy?
It was a black guy,
Right.
which is crazy because when I pulled a gun on him and told him to take his hands out of the trunk after he popped the trunk to grab a gun, he closed the trunk. Damn. They don't like it when black people have guns pulled on them, I guess.
Hey, your story takes forever.
This is like how hard it is for a woman to come. Thank you, ladies.
Wow. The moral of the story is there's a moral.
Alright, go ahead.
I put my gun back in the trunk in the car after he closed the trunk. He's calling the police. So I was like, okay, well, fucking Jesus, I thought I was black, but he's not.
This thing where you keep calling yourself black.
I'm ginger. What are you talking about? I'm light-skinned.
Why do you keep saying that?
I can call my black friends right now.
You say the words?
No, I don't
Then
say
you're not
it.
black.
No.
What do you do for work?
I'm a handyman.
You're a handyman?
Yep.
What exactly do you specialize in?
Woodwork and stuff like that.
Well, maybe you are black because they would work if they could work.
Yeah. My black friends call me Jigaboo Jake, actually.
Okay.
All right. Okay, well, since you're so black, guess what? You're leaving with a little black joke bug. Jake, big fart from everybody. Oh, can't catch. Not black. Not black. All right, here to clean the slate. Oh my goodness gracious, that's right. Since it's a road show, the great Valerie Vaughn is here, everybody. Put your hands together for Valerie. She attends and works with us on every single non-Austin and sometimes in Austin, but always on the road show. We have another Houston Golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? Make some noise for him here with a brand new minute. It's Colin Sledge, everybody. You know him. A brand new minute from Houston. So, Colin Sledge.
Okay, thank you. So God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth because we're supposed to listen twice as much as we talk. But He also gave us 10 fingers, so we're supposed to be finger blasting like all the time. I always tell girls you should never fake an orgasm, because I don't care. I found out women are supposed to pee after sex to prevent a UTI every time, but I was telling them, just to be safe, you should pee during sex. Assignment to that, hell yeah. My parents are here, by the way. Can I do one more joke? Okay. My girlfriend says I don't make enough eye contact during sex. And it's not even true. I make a lot of eye contact during sex. It's just with myself in the mirror. Not like a narcissistic way. I just like to pretend I'm getting cucked by my evil twin.
Colin Sledge in front of the hometown crowd. That is what every comedian hopes to do. Amazing, Colin. Fucking hilarious, as always.
Thank you.
What do you think your parents think about that set?
They've seen it before, probably.
I love it. Tell us, what part of Houston are you from?
From Northwest Houston by the Heights.
Northwest Houston. I say the N-word there, you might get in trouble.
Yes.
Different than Southwest.
I feel like I would get in trouble anywhere.
White people would beat you up if you said it. Colin, tell us about your experiences here in Houston, Texas. You ever, what else might people know you from? Did you ever have jobs here?
Well, I used to work at the Galleria.
What did you do at the Galleria?
I worked at Express Galleria. Go ahead, right there, Larry. He's got nothing. And then I worked at Willowbrook.
Where?
Willowbrook. It's like further northwest. It's kind of ghetto.
Was that the Express at Willowbrook?
Yeah, they moved me over there. Oh, they didn't like that.
Transfer Express employees.
Yeah.
Working for Lex Wexner, who was on the Epstein files.
Oh yes, he was. I never met him personally, but he did exploit my labor.
I can't believe he didn't show up to one of his many locations in Willowbrook.
Yeah, Willowbrook. Like there would be like stabbings every week at Willowbrook, and we're gonna be like the only store that didn't even close.
Right. Because white people need their skinny jeans. I love it, Colin. What else is going on in life?
I went shooting with Hans Ken and Dusty and the Sportsman's Finest and stuff.
How was that?
It was fun. Everyone was very nice, especially when I had a gun. I never shot a fully automatic weapon before, and they just gave me like an energy drink. And they were like, "You're our friend, right?"
Texas, I love it.
I think they're hooking him up with a gun.
They are.
Yeah.
And I have one already.
Yes, she already has one. If there's any stalkers out there watching or listening to the show.
I'm also a victim of this, because it used to be if you search creepy Kill Tony guy, I would come up.
To be honest, I'm on edge right now. And when he came out, I was like, whoa. But you look like a nice stalker, like you just stroked someone's cheek or something.
Yeah. I would reach the girl, but I would just hold her hand the whole time.
Yeah, you look like when you eat like what you blow on instead of going rat tat 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 tat.
It's too hot for him.
Yeah. Too hot. Yeah. Cool it down. Jesus. So it's hot pussy.
It's in his mouth like an airplane.
Have you ever been with a black woman?
No.
Oh, jeez.
Bring her out.
Chicago. Anybody?
No, we had one ready.
Wow. Why do you think you've never been with a black woman? All the time here in Houston, a large populace of those people.
Yes. I wasn't always good looking. I used to be, yeah.
Oh my God, men are so confident.
I mean, when he first got on the show, his hair looked different. Ever since he's been dating this girl, he's like, look at this hair he has right now. Yeah, she started taking care of me. I'm like a stray cat.
Since how else has your girlfriend changed you? Is there anything else? Been trimming your pubes and whatnot?
No, she prefers that I don't do that.
Is there any other changes that she's made you, though?
You know, people used to say girls like a neat place, you know, gotta be very clean. And since I've had a girlfriend, my place has never been messier in my entire life. So, yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah, so I used to be very organized, and now I'm not.
But it's worth it.
Yeah, I think so. On balance.
You get to dump clothes.
Well, the vasectomy hasn't happened yet, but it's on the way.
The what?
The vasectomy.
Oh.
I'm working on it. So I tried to, you know, I talked to the doctor, and he didn't want to do it on me because I didn't have kids. I don't have kids, and so I said I'll go visit my niece in Honduras. My brother had a baby, and then I'll come back. If I still want a vasectomy, would give it to me. And he said yes, and I did that. And then I came back and I called him and retired. So I'm sort of back to square one, but it's in the works.
Call me insane, but I feel like you don't have to go to Honduras to get a vasectomy. Like, you can just find a different doctor.
You can do it in Red Bay. IDR. I'll do it for you.
Do you do drugs?
I do, but just stay weed.
You look like you're selling mushrooms to Scooby and the gang.
That's my girlfriend's influence on me.
Colin, you were absolutely hilarious tonight. Congratulations. Hometown crowd in front of your parents. You did it. We're getting back to the bucket. One more time for Colin Sledge, everybody. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our next comedian is Brandon Brown. We're going to meet Brandon Brown all together. Now, put your hands together for Brandon, everybody. These people wait their whole lives.
Holy shit. We're doing it. Mr. Edgelip, I gotta tell you, I'm a big ass fan. You too, Adam, right? Me and my wife, we're such big fans of Kill Tony that we role play Kill Tony in the bedroom, right? So sometimes, like, I'll be hitting it from the back, I'm like, oh yeah, we're really doing it, baby. We're really doing it. And then sometimes, I like to pretend I'm one of the black guys that go on Kill Tony. I'm like, oh yeah, we're really doing it, baby. But my favorite people who come on Kill Tony are the Asians, right? So sometimes I'll be back there going, oh yeah, we're really doing it, baby. Right? Oh man. But it goes both ways, right? So sometimes she's like, I want to be Tony. I'm like, all right, you can be. And then she'll go, we've done this 1,000 times, you still can't hit the fucking buttons, right? Like, what the fuck? I've known you for 10 fucking years, and you still can't get it fucking right? Everybody, I'm Brandon Brown, and that's my time. We really doing it, baby.
Look at this guy. Are you pointing at your girl out there?
Yes.
Where's she at?
Hey, we pay big money, we're right in the front row.
I love it. I love it. How do you get big money? What do you do for work, Brandon Brown?
I'm an insurance broker.
I love it. Amazing. How long have you been doing that for?
I've done it for about 4 years now.
You're one of the buffest insurance brokers I've ever seen. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Do you repo insurance? What's going on?
I said, you gonna get some protection for your fucking family or what?
Yes.
Sometimes it works.
You look like Rogan if you stop doing the podcast.
That's a compliment. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's
hired Rogan. You really do.
We're really doing it, baby. Have you, how long did you practice that set a lot?
I came up with that at 3:43 this morning.
No one's going to dispute that.
I was so excited. I was actually, so what's funny is I knew you were going to be here. We have a little connection, you and I.
Oh, go ahead.
Now you have a stalker.
Oh, no. So me and the wife went to a couple of your shows.
Oh, yeah.
And, so when you were doing Dr. Phil, we come see you at Dr. Phil. We love you, Dr. Appreciate it. And I sent you a Facebook message like one night, high as fuck.
Sure.
And
I thought it was fun every time I get back to you.
so, because me and my girl were like, I was like, I wonder if we can get married on Dr. Fiddle. And you and I went back and forth with a shit ton of messages, and then my Facebook got hacked. And I could never get a hold of you again. And like, we were, like, you're just like, I'm ordained. Like, yeah, let's do this shit. Yeah, look it up, Brandon Brown in your phone.
I'll take your word for it, player, but don't tell me how to live my life after you dry up the fucking stage. No, that's enough. Stop it. I'm gonna have nightmares. Wait, so you guys got married?
Yes, we did. Look out, shit.
Where'd you get married at?
We did at the courthouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And how many times have you beaten your wife since you got married?
It depends when the trend starts to kick in. I don't really remember, but
What does she do for a living?
she is a nurse.
Okay. You guys have kids?
No, we do not.
Are you finishing inside of her?
Oh, every time. I got that back, so I got a weak ass bull. Like when I did this, like there's a reason why God didn't make me black. Like,
How many times do you make her meow in bed?
oh, I'm very good at that. Yeah.
Do you have any special moves in the bedroom in real life? Are you usually on bottom because of your bad back?
Man, she's gonna kick my ass for saying
This
this.
is the good part. These are the good parts.
So I got very extremely lucky, and I got hurt in Afghanistan. I took an armored plate to the left side of the dick bag, so like my dick gets hard, and like I can go forever because I have limited feeling, right? So yeah, I normally just go till she gets tired. Then I'm like, sometimes I hit her with a, but that's only when I'm toting.
Do you finish? Do you come?
Yeah, I still come.
How do you come if you don't have feelings?
It's only on like the left side, like my dick has feelings, but like I have like half the feeling that I had before, so like I go 3 times longer.
The question was, what's your favorite TV show?
Yeah.
I don't know how we got on this tangent.
John is still alive.
I love it. So Afghanistan, that was what was it? You rolled over a
Yeah, we got hit by an IED.
Oh my god. Okay, can you take us through that? What was that like? Is it traumatizing for you, or?
Not for me. A lot of people have different experiences in the military. I was very lucky. We were more on the attack side of things. So, like, we went out every day. We were part of an EOD group, and like, it's just like, who's gonna get blown up today? We laughed about it. Nobody died. Like, it was fun. It was just work. I miss it.
We love you. We love you for your service. Thank you. Goddamn right. Greatest country on planet Earth. Amazing. Any other crazy stories from being on the other side of the planet?
Oh yeah. So my favorite is. Right, this made me think of you too. I did this at about 4:02 after I came out of my bed. So I was sitting there like, what the fuck am I going to tell, Tony? Well, then I was like, Mr. Hinchcliffe, I call him Tony. Like that one guy, I'm like, I've been playing around with Tony.
The question was, what's your favorite food?
Yeah, I'm getting around to it, right? So we would deal with a lot of people who blew themselves up being on an EOD team. And I had the magic ability, I would always find the dick. Like, we'd be walking around looking for body parts and shit.
I have that ability too.
It's okay for you to find dick. It's weird when I find dick.
Yeah. Hey, very antsy.
But I thought you'd like that, That's probably something I don't know.
So give us an example of, when people get blown up. Yes, I find a lot of dicks. Do you do what I do when you find it and immediately just,
I think there are 2 sticks on chase people around with.
I love that.
Because of your game.
I love that. Amazing, Brandon Brown. So much fun. Congratulations. You got to do it. Right in the heart of the show. Here's a big joke book, man. You fucking did it, dude. Another drop. He's the Houston Droppers are mentioned here. Houston can't catch a fucking cold. It's amazing. Okay, your next bucket pool live in Houston, Texas goes by the name of Mackenzie Jewell, everybody. Here we go, Mackenzie Jewell. Mackenzie, everybody.
Hey, gang. Hell yeah. I'm gay and autistic, so technically I'm a double minority. But because I'm white, it just levels out. You know what I mean? I'm bisexual. That kind of sucks. You know what I mean? Because I feel like bisexual is gayer than being gay. You know? Because when you're bi, that means that you like dick and pussy, right? So if you choose some dick over pussy, that's gay. That's really gay. But I'm autistic and bitches love the tism dick. I be stimming in they shit, you know? I was like, damn, bitch, this pussy giving me a sensory overload right now. I'm in the hole. I'm like, so when you store your large files, do you use Dropbox or OneDrive? I'm really bad at Netflix and chilling because I always just want to pay attention to the movie, you know? I'm like, babe, stop sucking my dick. This is the scene where Michael Keaton becomes the founder.
Amazing, Sarah Mackenzie Jewell with a breakout performance. Welcome, Mackenzie. You're hilarious. How long you been doing stand-up?
I'm coming up on my 3rd year, April.
Fuck yeah, all of it here in Houston?
Yes, sir.
I love it. What part of town do you live in?
I'm over in West Chase right now, but I was on the show before, and I mentioned I grew up in the Fofo, Acres Homes.
Okay. So you're like if Mike Jones sucked on bells.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Amazing. That's one of my favorite. There's a lot of gay autistic comedians. You came out with energy, act outs. You kept everybody's attention. Guns ablazing. Absolutely incredible. Question for you: are you the new Clippy?
Who's Clippy?
That's what I asked myself. Just about
I'm Gen Z, but I don't. I'm performed from TikTok.
It's not autistic.
How old are you, Mackenzie?
I am 23.
23 years old. What are the kids up to nowadays? I mean, other than fucking anything that moves.
All the ones I know just hang out or sad at open mics and shit.
Yeah. What do you think is the most autistic thing about you? What's like your specialty? Everybody has a thing. Some are good at chess, some are good at numbers, this, that, and the next.
Honestly, I feel like I got fucked on the autism thing. I feel like I'm just like depressed, lazy autistic. Like,
what are the superpowers you were hoping to obtain?
I don't know. Being able to just have like one of those cool library brains that just knows a bunch of shit. I fried my brain on drugs, but I'm better now.
What kind of drugs?
I was hella into coke.
Really?
Yeah. Adderall. I did DMT on stage one time.
That's cute. The coke, I can't imagine. I've never seen like a nerdy cokehead before.
It wasn't cool.
What were you doing? You would get drunk with your pals or whatever?
Yeah, just doing open mics for 3 people and shit,
Wow.
Yeah. Mackenzie, I swear to God, when you came out, I thought you were a woman. And, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still not sure.
Can I lived as a woman for a year.
You can tell.
Let's get to a clip.
It's not a joke.
Yeah, no, I believe it. She actually made a couple Netflix specials. That's Hannah Gadsby, everybody, live. Flash. Incredible. So tell us about living as a woman for a year. By the way, I feel like this is every 23-year-old in the country right now. We're all gonna die.
And the big chickens and shit got the fucking estrogen,
You got the estrogen?
From the big chickens.
What do you need?
I don't know.
Fix that. Give us some time.
RFK joining us. McChicken report.
Yeah, but no, I had pink hair. I worked at a comic book store. I was just the happiest I ever was, actually.
when you were a woman. Tell us what you were doing to be a woman, though. You were putting on a dress? Were you?
Yeah. Hot Topic clearance sales.
You were working at Hot Topic?
No, but I would buy from Hot Topic a lot.
What would you buy exactly?
Skirts and shit, and cute little frog shirts and shit.
Did you go by Mackenzie?
Yeah, it's a cool thing. Gender neutral name, you know.
Can we see your tits now that you're not a girl?
No, Red Band. See, you can't do that because that's harassment. When you ask somebody that's sharing things with us to show us their tits, whether it's a boy or a girl, that's disrespectful and it's unacceptable in today's normal society. Can we see your tits?
Yeah.
Whoa! Look at those. He's still a man, everybody. He kept the new tits. No double scars for this guy.
What pulled you out of it?
I started taking edibles, and I just was on an edible, and I had this ego death that was insane, and I was like, wow, I'm kind of ugly as a woman.
Yeah. That's amazing. I wish we could send that exact clip to every fucking half-gay kid around the world right now.
Oh, no,
Yeah, no, it's good. We keep an open mind, but at the same time, it's just contaminating everybody. Tell us, how do you think you were led down that path? You have liberal parents?
I mean, they kind of let me run for, I was homeschooled. I never went to high school, but I have a diploma that says certified improv badass, so that's something.
Your parents made that for you?
No, I did 2 years of improv for it,
Wow, that's the gayest thing about you.
Yeah.
Amazing. So, what's your preference at the end of the day? You think you're 50-50 dudes and girls? What kind of vibe are you? 75-25?
Honestly,
What about pets?
Pets. What do you mean with pets?
Even animals.
Not into sexually, no.
You're giving off ferret vibes.
Yeah. I'm a meerkat. AI told me I'm a meerkat.
Oh my god, he now identifies as a meerkat.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the question. Where are we at? 50-50?
50-50. Honestly, my track record is mostly women, but I have probably fooled around with 2 guys, and I've had 1 boyfriend.
Ooh, first of all, let's give credit to the loud what the fuck from the Houston man. Sounded like he drives a truck for a living.
Let's put a spotlight on Harry Homophobe up there.
He made it all the way through until Mackenzie goes, I had 1 boyfriend. What the fuck?
There's not a bit in my neighborhood. I mean, you can fuck them all, but Jesus Christ, saying you're in a fucking relationship these nuts. You keep that tism dick and that female haircut out of my cul-de-sac. Like my Burger King.
What the fuck? I'm gonna have to drive to Southwest Houston just to scream the N-word in a field after this. So tell us.
You were a woman, and the gayest thing you said is that you had a boyfriend.
Yeah. Tell us about his boyfriend.
He actually came on the show one time. His name was Jackson Namey.
Nobody cares about that. Tell us about your boyfriend.
That was him. It was fine. It was okay. I have a girlfriend now. I like it better. The first
Tell us why you like it better.
Well, something softer about women.
It almost seems like that's what your biology wants, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Wow. Turns out we're all natural human animals. My goodness gracious. You almost said the first dick you ever, and then I cut you off. Let's go back to that.
The first dick I ever sucked was black.
Ooh.
Little folk. Sorry.
It was that ginger guy.
Yeah. Tell us about this black dick you sucked. How exactly does that happen? And were you just bullied and he forced it in your face?
I thought because he had Magic the Gathering cards, the dick would be kind of not
You
that
were
much.
playing Magic with a black guy?
No.
Is it Magic Johnson?
I just thought because he had the cards, he would be it wouldn't be that, but it was big, and I didn't do it good probably.
When you say you didn't do it good, probably, what exactly do you mean? Sir, hold your what the fuck.
I'm gonna go get another drink before this fucking answers that question.
hard. I ain't getting Can't even twisted tweez. What? Twisted teas are called tweez, maybe twink, whatever. Okay.
So, stick with me over
Okay.
When you say you probably didn't do a good job, what exactly do you mean?
I just feel like I remember, like, half-assing it. Yeah, like it was toothy, like, probably.
Ooh, ratatouille over here. Amazing. Toothy probably means 100% toothy. If you think your teeth might be hitting it,
Toothy was the name of the black guy.
Toothy Jenkins, wide receiver, University, Alabama. Number 34, Toothy Jenkins, wide receiver. Amazing stuff. Mackenzie, you are doing such a fucking good job. Great answers, great interview, great set. Right, man?
Mackenzie, if you're ever in Austin, I'll have you on the secret show. Hell yeah, dude!
You're booked on a Thursday in Austin. The gay guy caught it. The first local to catch a joke book tonight was a bisexual 23-year-old. Let the record show. That guy will catch any type of Thank you so much. How about one more time for Heidi and Val, everybody? Are they not? Every time she gets a little too gay up here, we bring them up here to remind us all what we're into. Right after you're done picturing a boy giving a toothy blowjob to a fat black cock, Heidi and Val are here to remind us all that we're straight. Here we are, 2 fucking fools, and now I present to you yet another boy born and raised on the outskirts of Houston, Texas. You know him very well. While never officially being a golden ticket winner or a regular, he became famous for being funny off stage, and then starting comedy on Kill Tony, and then growing non-stop. And now he's to the point where he's headlining all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Houston's own Uncle Laser.
City of Syrup, Houston, Texas. How we feeling tonight? God damn, just in time for rodeo season. Favorite time of the year. Let's say a little bit of goddamn rodeos and big fat black women in them goddamn jeans and t-shirts just throwing ass. Our Lord and Savior George Strait. You ain't lived till you see somebody pop their pussy to Amarillo by morning, I tell you what. And you got them California torches, them big ass Category 4 torches walk around in airbrush shirts. Says R.I.P. Miguel, barbecue stains on it. Look like a feral dog looking for a goddamn slice of brisket. I was pissed drunk out there last night, shacked up with this creature. I said, where you from, baby? She said, I'm from the Bayou, Louisiana Bayou. I said, fucking Buffalo Bayou. That's where you're from. You're from fucking. But there I am in the back of the Ford Focus, okay? Cutting that pig and fucking see, all right? And she goes, baby, you gonna make this pussy fart? I said, do what? He said, you gonna make this pussy fart? I said, keep your fucking voice down. Keep your voice down. I said, what are you asking me? She goes, you gonna make this pussy shit? I text my mom. I said, hey, I'm at the Houston Livestock Show Road. I need you to come get me real quick. You're gonna have to come get me. Hey, security man, you ever made pussy fart? Strong and solid type, I like that. Saxophone, you ever made that pussy fart? What that sound like? No, that ain't it. That ain't it. You need to say, doctor, that ain't it. Why you just got that? You ever made a pussy fart? What that sound like, boy? Michael Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen, man, some legs up and great.
Uncle laser. I don't even know where to begin with that manic, wild set, but it was very, very awesome. Great stuff. Tell the people watching the podcast around the world what you're talking about the Houston Rodeo, which is an annual super weekend that just so happens to be right now.
They got Indians, Mexicans, blacks, white, pretending like country, dressing up, pretending to know what they're doing during the rodeo. It's fun, man. You get pissed drunk at the Astrodome. You can buy the art. It's great, man. Like the little elementary kids draw art shit. You can bid on it. I bought a horse there last year.
Wow, you got the place running wild right now. The what the fuck guy's enjoying himself right now. Wow, Sue. So you're hooking up with the big girl. She said, "Can you make this pussy fall?"
She's in Louisiana. She's okay.
But like,
they speak their own language.
So like, that means fuck her so hard that a bunch of air gets in there?
Yeah, so like the proper nomenclature is queef. And fellas, if it never had happened to you by society, it's gonna startle you first. It feels like we put two magnets together and they push you away. And I told her once, what the fuck was that? And she goes, that's my pussy leaving you a review. I hope you fucking crash in the Bradford River when you go.
Absolutely incredible.
It is unsettling when a woman does that. Yeah, I had a girl go, you did this to me. Yeah, well, but listen, this is one rule of thumb with it. If it smells, she actually farted. You hear me? Yeah. Then you away every time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm interested to hear what the other horn players might think the pussy fart sounds like. We only got the saxophone. What else? Do we have anything from you guys? Is there another pussy fart noise that you guys can muster up? Okay. You know I need that sweet, sweet trombone down there.